If you haven't found your seat, go ahead and get settled in. Feel free to grab coffee in the back. For those of you who are wishing for a donut, sorry to disappoint. We've had this whole conversation about health and food and... You have chocolate? Okay, so yeah, there's chocolate. But there will be lunch, and that will be at 12:30. So for those of you who can handle that, that would be great. I'm Sue Hansen. I am one of the Montrose County Commissioners, and this is our third annual Water Summit. As you know, the last 2 years have not been normal, and so we were, in a lot of ways, yeah. So now we're back on track. Glad to see such a robust audience. We're thrilled to have you here. But I want to just talk a little bit before I introduce our speakers. I have some announcements. I'm going to just be moderating the day today. For those of you who really thought I was a speaker, just fooled you. They just want to put my picture in that program. But I'm really just going to be moderating, keeping everybody on track, and making sure that we asking all your questions get answered today. So again, we have a number of speakers here today that have graciously volunteered to be here, and we're thrilled to have them. A couple things for those of you who don't know and haven't been to the event center. There are bathrooms back here. There are bathrooms over here to the side. Coffee's in the back. And feel free to, you don't have to wait for a break. We're not going to draw attention to you getting up or anything like that. For those of you, just for your information, we are live streaming over here. So you might want to put a little makeup on, a little perk yourself up, straighten yourself up. You are going to be on television. So we're doing that because we have about 25 people that are online, and this is live streamed today. So we had a number of people who wanted to be here who couldn't be here, but we wanted to make sure that they had that opportunity to hear the information that you're going to hear. So do you know what time it is right now? Do you know what time it is? For those of you who are looking like this is, yeah, we're passing it around. In lieu of breakfast, you will all be getting a snort. So it's really time to think about that whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting. And, no one knows that better than the Western Slope. We've been wrangling this for an awful long time. But before I get started talking about whiskey, I want to thank our partners because we couldn't do this without the water users. As you know, we have some education tables out in front. Water users here, the Uray County water users as well, Tri-County Water in the back. Folks at Chavano Conservation District, all these organizations that help us manage and deal with our water in better ways. We're very thankful for the Colorado River District, who is protecting our Colorado River water and is always here to help us and make sure that we understand the state of the river, and that's how we're going to begin today. But we're really thankful that we have this. And also I wanted to mention that we also have a new committee that's called the Land and Water Committee, organized by Mike Berry from Tri-County Water. Involves 3 different counties and a number of different officials and technical people from those counties, working to put together policies for water use, education, so that people, as we have new residents moving in all the time that do not understand that just because water goes over your land, you can't put a fountain on it. Right? So what we're trying hard to do is educate people on water, how precious it is for the Western Slope, and how we need to be good caretakers of the water. Mark Twain is accredited with whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting. I just want you to understand that our weapon here, I'm not trying to incite violence, even though our country is looking that way. Our weapon here is accurate information. Which is the entire point of the Water Summit. And the commissioners, our number one goal is to make sure that people understand what ag means to our community, how precious the water is to our community, and how thankful we are that we have the Gunnison Tunnel, and that actually has been able to allow us to have a robust farming community. A couple things that it occurred to me as I was thinking about this last night with the speakers. You know, never before has the Blue Mesa Reservoir been as low as it is right now. And lots of us have we've been concerned about this for years. I'm maybe not the youngest in here, but I'm not the oldest. A lot of you have been worried about water for a long time. It is the first thing when you move here people talk about, and there's not a conversation that doesn't come up where water is not discussed. Never before have we seen Lake Powell stressed to the point it is stressed. Never before have we seen Lake Mead. Never before have we had the lower basin states concerned about whether or not they could produce power. And whatever you feel about those lower basin states, they're part of our compact, they're part of the system, and we have to make sure that we are understanding the concerns that everybody has all up and down with the upper and lower basin states. So never before have we seen forests burn to the point that they've burned in the past. We had a fairly mild year this year, thank goodness. And never before have we really linked watershed health and forest management with the ability to have good, clean water, and that's really an integral part of the system. The future that we've all been concerned about for all these years, guess what? It's here. And that's what this Water Summit is about. So really think about how whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting, but right here, our fight today is accurate, factual information, and I'm going to repeat that. Accurate and factual information. Your neighbor is not necessarily the best person to be listening to. Not that they're not nice people, but they may not have accurate information. So it is our intention that we get experts in here that can share their level of expertise so that we are making the right decisions and so you have all the information you need. So, no better way to start the day than with our very own Marc Catlin. So, you know, there are the words of wisdom by Marc Catlin. There's never been a person in our legislature that had a better sense of what water meant to a community and how critical it is for our survival. He grew up working on his family's farm. Many of you know that. Many of us all know Marc, and he's coming up here. You can't come up yet. I'm not done. He's ready. He's like, sit down. I'm ready to talk. So not only did he grow up in a family farm where he knew about water, where his father's wise words were, don't let the water run off the hill. And you'll hear him talk about that before. That's how precious it's been forever, water in a desert, in a semi-high desert where you're going to try to grow people and grow crops, you have to have water. He's had a lot of experience with the Uray Water Users Association. For many years, hosted the KUBC Diversions radio program, which I don't know if you've noticed that's off the station now, and now they have Golden Oldies, which may be appropriate for many of us in here, but it doesn't help us further the water information that we need in our community. Marc represents us well in the House District 58. He was elected to office in 2017, and he is in the constant state of educating legislators. Because when he tells you that the Front Range does not understand our way of life, he is 150% correct. They do not. So he is always trying to educate and share the life of Western Colorado with those legislators. He sits on the Agricultural, Livestock, and Water Committee. He's vice chair, which is a pretty big accomplishment in a Democrat-held House. So Marc knows where beef comes from, and it's not from the grocery store. And he's influenced greatly by that ag background and growing up in that family that taught him that don't let the water go off the hill. So please help me welcome Marc Catlin to the floor here to tell us about our future with water.
Well, thank you. After that introduction, I don't need to speak, because all I'll do is tear down what she said. You know, I'll let myself down. Thank you for coming. It's a great opportunity for me to see how many people in this community do care and are worried about water and are concerned about our future in regards to it. I want to ask a quick question. How many of you are from outside of the Montrose community? That's a good number of people. Thank you for coming. It says a lot. Western slopers have to hang together. You know, on the title of what they gave me to speak about, the future's here. Well, it is here. And the future is too many people. Eastern Colorado and the urban corridor believe that they run this state, and right now they are. You know, it was said when they introduced me that the Eastern Slope has no idea really about anything that they pass and what it does to us. You know, we are an ag state. We've been an ag state historically. But today we are being governed, if you want to call it governed, I call it ruled, by urbanites that have no idea and suburbanites that are hoping that agriculture includes bluegrass. You know, I suppose there's Gerbil contracts over there that you cut your grass and sell it to the Gerbils next door. But the point I'm trying to make is those folks seem to think they have an idea about what water is, how water works, where water should be, and just what it's going to take to get it there. We have a lot of conversations on the Eastern Slope in the Capitol building about water. And it never really revolves around you and agriculture, except we just need a little bit of ag's water. Just a little bit. We've tried that. We've passed legislation that allows more water to stay in the river. We've done things that would help the environment. We've done things to help with recreation. But the first question again, we just need a little more water. One of the things that I find interesting is people that own a water right never talk to you about, hey, I need more water. They know exactly how much they have. They know exactly what they're going to do with it, and they do that with it. They put it on their land. They put it to a beneficial use that you and I recognize, and they don't gripe about, I don't have enough. When I worked at the water users, that was one of the things. I'm not getting enough water, and we knew that. We've been through a number of these droughts. But a water right holder just simply says, I'm not sure I'm getting what I'm supposed to get, regardless of what percentage we were delivering. So we would go out, we would check, we'd watch the measurements, and we'd find out, yeah, or maybe not. So we could adjust that. But when you go to public meetings, the people that own the water rights are sitting there to try and protect their water rights. That's probably why a lot of you are here today. What's going to happen? Rather than people standing up at the microphone saying, all we really need is just a little more water. We need more for this in-stream flow or for that recreational flow or for this or for that. Not recognizing the fact that they've already benefited from ag water. You'll hear in public meetings, 85% of the water in Colorado is owned by agriculture. I'm sure you've heard that. Then why is any running out of the state? They let on like we totally use every drop. There's none left. The state line, it's dried up. We're in trouble. But that's not the case. When we divert water, one of the things that happens is that the crop that we are growing uses 50% of the water that we've diverted. Then the return flow gets back into the stream, and Aaron Clay will tell you that that helps generate the next water rights that are filed downriver. So those return flows are incredibly important. But urban legislators would want you to believe that muddy water is polluted water. Think about that. How much muddy water do you have on your place? Well, more than half of it, yeah. When I worked at the water users, guys in Delta would call up and say, hey, Catlin, we need some wet water. We got too much mud in this down here. You know, and that's true. When the project here was first created, it used wild water. In other words, there were no dams. This system did not leak. It did not seep nearly what it does today because we now have clear water that comes in. Clear water is hungry. It chews up the sides, the banks, the bottom, and moves dirt with it so that it can help seal itself in that canal and in that ditch. So we do have a problem with seepage and leakage today. But one of the things that seems to miss my urban legislators' minds is that those of us in the irrigation business, regardless if it's farming, ranching, whatever it is, every one of us is trying our best to conserve the water that we get on our place or that's in our basin. We don't just waste it. And the way you can prove that is see how many miles of pipe and concrete has been put in to just this drainage. I know the water users have probably piped 125 miles. But the strange thing is that we don't, in the state of Colorado, grant money for conservation only. If you want grant money, you need to get grant money to stop salt and stop selenium if you're in this Mancos Shale. That's where the linchpin is. If you can reduce salt, reduce selenium, then you get to be higher up the grant process. Yet when Colorado talks about water, they want to start every conversation with conservation. Our water plan is based on conservation. But that conservation looks at you who are using it to irrigate your farm, your ranch, your place. There's not nearly the emphasis put on the idea that conservation in the urban area would be a good thing. And I'm not giving them hell here, I'm just saying that's what happens. Water companies make money by delivering water, more so than what an irrigation company does. They deliver you what you've got coming, your bill comes to you, and that's the way it's done. But if it runs through a meter and it's domestic potable water, they make money on how many gallons they deliver. We're starting to make some progress in the idea that conservation in the urban corridor is just as important. Those of us on the western slope realize that there are about 600,000 acre-feet of water trans-mountain diverted to the eastern slope every year. The way to get a picture of that in your mind is the hole in Blue Mesa is about equal to their trans-mountain diversion every year. About 600,000 acre-feet. That's at 864,000 acre-feet. I think Mike Berry will probably correct me. But when it goes down 600,000 acre-feet, that's what the Front Range is taking. They've got a water right to it, junior water right to it. The first trans-mountain diversion was 1937. So the reason people are so wound up about water and water availability and what are we going to do next is that 1937 water right is very junior to the 1922 water right that the Colorado River Compact has. So they're at risk of being curtailed. In other words, shut off. So what do? We take a look at agriculture, see what we can do with agriculture. The other thing I want you to know is that on the eastern slope, out in the plains, the cities there are paying $75,000 an acre foot for water. Think about that. Then they come to the western slope and ask us to curtail our farming, basically leave our ground dry and leave water in the river so that it gets to the state line so that we meet our compact compliance numbers. And they're offering $400 to $600 per acre for us to do that. Come on, man. That's a political phrase right there. Thank you. Come on, man. But the point I'm trying to make is that agriculture still takes such a back seat. We look at and we depend upon agriculture in the state of Colorado Today, it's either the second or the first largest industry in the state of Colorado. With oil and gas slipping downhill, agriculture is moving up. It's worth about $41 billion revenue to the state of Colorado. Yet at the same time, we, the legislators, start trying to figure out how can we get by with farming less so that the people in the state can use more. There's a great disconnect between urban and rural. You'll hear politicians, and I hope I'm not one this morning, you'll hear politicians talk about the rural-urban divide. And there's an insinuation that that's between parties. But I want you to know it's not between parties. It's between geography. The people that live on the other side of the Great Divide don't have any idea where their water comes from to begin with. Number two, they have no idea what the value of it is. And number three, and this is the one that worries me the most, they don't care. Their world does not revolve around the water that comes out of that tap, where yours revolves around what comes through that headgate. So there's a real problem with us being able to discuss with folks when they say, well, yeah, but you guys get 5 acre-feet of water per year, per acre. Here in the Uncompahgre Valley, that's what the water users deliver out west of the river on the rocky soil. So they can't imagine that. But at the same time, that crop, those rows, consume about 2 to 2.5 acre-feet of water per year per crop. Now, the question comes out, are those crops, is that ground any different today than it was in 1909 when the tunnel got punched through? No. It's the same ground, it's the same crops, it's the same weather, all of those things are the same. So how are we supposed to make do with less water? That's going to get to be a major question in the state of Colorado. That's one of the reasons that you're here this morning, is to talk about how are we going to define each other's worlds. You know, I live over there. Well, I live over there way too much of the time, let's put it that way. And one of the things that I find is interesting is the amount of water that's run down the curb. You know, I asked an old boy over there, you guys trying to grow bigger sidewalks or what? And he got a little testy. I said, what do you mean? I said, well, in my country, if we irrigate it, we expect it to grow. You've been watering that sidewalk for the last 3 days. It ought to end up being a hell of a sidewalk before you're done. And he didn't want to hear anything about that. But that's one of the things that happens. You know, I was introduced with don't let any water get off the hill. And that's, you know, it's kind of it's a great phrase. But my dad, that was the first instructions. Because up on Spring Creek, right at the edge, our farm's up on top, it spills down off the hill. When he said that to me, I had no idea, what am I going to do to keep that from happening? Well, my brother and I were pretty tricky, and we saw water gushing down down one of our ditches, headed towards the end of the place. So we got in the pickup, went down there, put in a canvas, and said, well, okay, you can't get off the hill now. So when we got done changing water, we went down there and set a few tubes to drain out that little pond that we'd sent down there with those surges. The first place my dad checked was that canvas. So it was true. He meant it. We mean it. There's not one of you in this room that runs water down a row or down a ditch that purposely says, oh, I'm just going to waste this out over there. We don't do that. They come to the water users, they come to some of our irrigation districts and take a look at operational spills. An operational spill just allows the system to absorb the bounce from morning to night. And if it's set right, very little goes off, but what does get off goes back into the river and is used again by someone else. Use and reuse is one of the things that the big cities have all gotten into. Boy, it's avant-garde. It's new technology. We've got purple pipes for it. Agriculture has been using and reusing water since agriculture started. In this little valley right here, we divert enough water in the morning with fresh water, just came into the system, to irrigate about 32,000 acres of land, period. So how can we irrigate nearly 80,000 acres of land? By reuse. My tailwater becomes your headwater. Your tailwater becomes the next guy's headwater. That's the way this works. The cities are excited that they're going to take water out of their sewage plant, put it in a purple pipe, and run it back uphill to irrigate their ball fields, their parks, those kind of things. The only problem is they just need more grant money to do that. And guess what? They get it. Because those are the kind of projects that people are looking at. When we talk about irrigation, and when we talk about places like this one that have piped our laterals and that have concreted, cemented the ditches and done those kind of things, if you notice that water that's being stolen, okay, those plants are starting to die because the seep and leak doesn't get to those willows, some of those cottonwoods, some of those guys that have been taking water out of that delivery system. One of the things about piping that's good is that it's good about leakage and seepage. It stops it. But the other thing that's really good about it, it's stopping a new technical term called thievage. Because the neighbor can't steal it from you, it's underground. They can't just put a pipe in it or a pump and say, well, that's my water, it's okay. It's not very much. Because all of these little, not too muches, end up being a problem when you start to calculate the whole thing. I can tell you that if we were in the Capitol building today and I was giving this talk, most of them would have gotten up and already left. Because we're talking a language they don't speak. And they don't want to take the time to figure out what we're saying. So those are the kind of things that we try to do, is to get them to understand, to get them to figure out that agriculture is under attack today. Today. You've been in the grocery store, you have an idea as to how much it looks like it's really doing good. I bought some hamburger when we first came home under the COVID deal, and I didn't think much about it. Today, that same package is costing me about 3 or 4 times as much. So they think agriculture's in great shape. So when I talk about the attack on agriculture, I'm not sure that it's on purpose. I think it's just feel-good legislation that folks want to run. The Ag Labor Bill, I think most of you are aware of that, that's going to change the landscape as we know it. Most family farms are not going to be able to pay overtime. Most family ranches are not going to be able to pay that much overtime. And they're not big enough to hire 2 crews. What we are doing, it feels like, is we're setting the state of Colorado up greatly for corporate ag to move in. The people that sat in this room believe their water right is nearly sacred. They would do nothing to harm it. They're not really interested in selling it down the river. But believe me, corporations don't think that way. It's an asset. When that asset needs to be moved, it'll be moved. Here on the western slope, we're probably not as vulnerable to corporate ag, but we do have a lot of things that corporate ag would like to have. We've got great ground, we've got a good climate, and we have ample water. The eastern slope, eastern plains, is already seeing a lot of corporate ag moving in. So when folks that have no idea what it's like out on a farm start dictating to you on your ranch or on your farm, they have no idea what the input they're starting to get. A lot of that is from people that really don't want farming and ranching to move forward in the way that it's moved. They'd like to go back to something different. I had dinner last night with some folks, and the lady asked me, well, what do you mean the Reclamation Reform Act only started out with 80 acres? Well, in 1902, 80 acres was a big farm if you only had 2 horses. Today, those restrictions are up at 960 acres per farm and probably need to be expanded because scale. You know, when I was a kid, I never expected that we would have equipment like we have today. There was a combine coming down the road towards me the other day, you know, combining corn, 40-foot wide header. Whoa. I had to get over by the mailbox so he could go by. We didn't expect that, but that's what it takes in American agriculture today. There are some things that we are doing, organic farms, smaller farms, niche farms, boutique farms, those kind of things, and they have a place. Nobody's trying to push them out. But the point is, if we are going to continue to feed this country, that's the kind of equipment, that's the kind of agriculture we're going to be looking at. And they need those assets. So when we start talking about corporate ag wanting to make inroads into the state of Colorado, why? Well, there is a great market downhill from us. It's called Southern California. The pressure is on. You said in a community right now that 1,000 CFS go through the tunnel every second in delivery through the tunnel from the Gunnison River. A cubic foot of water is a measurement for what's going past you. Have you ever stopped to think what that is? Most people have a hard time envisioning it. We've all gotten a UPS box, a foot by a foot by a foot. 1,000 of those go by you in a second. That's a lot. So people look at us and say, well, you've got too much water. You don't need that much water. My gosh. Look at what it's doing. Yeah, look at what it's doing. It's turned this high desert into a garden. When they opened the tunnel, that was one of the things they were talking about. This could be the garden spot of the United States. And it still is. Part of what we need to do as agriculture, in my opinion, is to talk about who we are, what we do, and how we do it. Agriculture's biggest asset is that they are stoic. They can have the worst year they've ever had. You see them at the parts store, you say, how'd you guys get along this year? Well, not as good as we figured. The next year, they have the best year they've ever had. How'd you guys get along this year? Oh, better than we were hoping, yeah. Better than we were hoping. It's just that response. They're not belly achers. They're not gripers. When a farm goes out of business, they don't soap up the windows and announce a great going out of business farm sale. Because the next year, when you go out in the country and take a look, there's somebody farming it. There's those two penny a piece corn plants coming up, going right down the road, looking pretty. You don't know who farms it, who doesn't. But that's the thing. Agriculture is so renewable, we forgot how important it is. And think about that. When you drive down the road and you look at those crops and that little corn comes up about that tall, that's worth about 2 cents to every crop. To every one of those is 2 cents to this community. We can't make it without them. So we need to be worried about that. The idea that this country is in such deep trouble in regards to drought, I agree with. There are some things that need to be looked at. But they need to be driven by the people that are in this room, not by paid consultants. not by people that are working for the water suppliers in Denver and Colorado Springs and Fort Collins. They need to be discussed by you. This is the kind of meeting we should be having when we're starting to talk about fallowing, when we start talking about demand management. What will it do to us? You know, one of the things that was said earlier is that the Colorado River is a Colorado asset. Have you noticed that? Everybody that talks about the Colorado River, oh, it's a Colorado asset. But when it comes down to taking care of it, that's a Western Slope responsibility. You'll hear that. Well, you guys are the guys who take water out of it. Oh, wait. How about that 600,000 acre feet that's going to the Eastern Slope? What are you going to do to help with that? That's one of the things the Colorado River District is fighting right now, is parity. To make sure if we have to give up some, they have to give up some. Guess what? They don't want anything to really do with that because, oh, it's being put to a higher and better use. Watering front lawns. I will tell you that I'm in conversations today with some of the environmental community about seeing if there's something in the state of Colorado that we can do to help with buying back some of that sod. Las Vegas was very successful. They went out and they paid, I think, $2 a square foot for sod to be removed from people's yards. Their water use has gone down even though their population has gone up. Colorado needs to start thinking about that, and that's one of the things I'm going to try to do in this next session, is see if there isn't something that we can do to help with some of that conversion. If you're in the sod business, I'm not trying to break you. One of the things I would do is probably to say if there's some incentives that we can start raising sod that is drought tolerant, native, and those kind of things that can be replace bluegrass. Because I understand the value of ownership, I understand the value of that yard, I understand all of those things, but when we're asked to not farm in order for the Front Range to continue to water their lawn, we have to have this conversation. Hopefully we can bring it forward. I wanted to talk about the Colorado Water Plan. A lot of you in this room worked very hard on the Colorado Water Plan. The Colorado Water Plan is still in place. We added, I think, $30 million to help implement the Colorado Water Plan in the last legislative session. Because it's that important. It's that important to the Front Range, and it's that important to us. Because what it started out as is meetings like this that were held in communities. Every watershed had these kind of communities. We set our goals. We set future programs. We set opportunities for us to solidify our Colorado water future. It's just as important today as it was then. One of the things that happens is that the lower basin has the poster child for water shortage. You see a picture of Lake Mead, 130-foot white bathtub ring. Oh, that's partly their fault, believe me. If you refuse to ever suffer a shortage, you kind of have one coming. Because we've been in the same drought for the last 20 years. But there hasn't been a crop failure. There hasn't been anybody that's lost their farm because they couldn't irrigate, because the system takes care of that. We work together. When one head gate in this valley goes to 90%, every one of them goes to 90%. That's how we spread that around, so that everybody stays wet. The Front Range is going to have to learn that too. They don't seem to think that that junior water right should ever suffer any shortages. But they need to realize that the senior water rights on the western slope does not necessarily have to suffer any shortage, so they don't have to. Those are the tough conversations that we're going to end up having. So, the title was, "The Future is Here." The future is here. We're looking at some of the worst shortages we've ever suffered. The answer to those shortages is not to isolate the people that are suffering the shortage. We understand that the state of Colorado as a whole is suffering the shortages. We just have to make sure that everybody understands what their part in it is, what they can do, whether it be take a shorter shower, or whether it be that you don't run your water for 24 hours, you run for 12. Those are the kind of decisions that are going to end up being made in western Colorado, and I hope in eastern Colorado. But one of the things we need to remember is that we're the senior right holders. And first in time is first in right is still very valuable. The threat to them is not, we will cut you off. The threat is you need to pay attention to what we're saying. Because as we move forward, it's going to get tougher and tougher, particularly on the western slope. We're in the pinch point. The water's here, and there's a great amount of people on the east, and there's a great amount of people on the south. So we're going to have to be smart about it. We're going to have to stand up and tell people. We're going to have to be involved in the meetings that are held. The day of saying, oh, my neighbor's going to go to that meeting so I don't need to, are over. And you proved that today. You proved that by coming out to a meeting that in most people's minds is so boring they don't even want to come. Or they'll say to me, oh, it's so complicated, I just can't figure it out. Well, you will figure it out. You know, I work with a guy that said to me, he said, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And you know, the longer I'm over there, the more I believe that. If we're at the table, we get an opportunity to speak. You know, it may end up being that, you know, 4 or 5 outfits on one road decide, you go this week, I'll go next week, and they'll go the third week, so that you always have somebody there. Because that's what this is about. If we continue to benignly neglect what's going on around us, these areas, yours, Gunnison, Cortez, Grand Junction, Moffett, are going to end up short. Because we don't have the people, we don't have the influence, but we have the knowledge that they don't. We have to exercise that. You know, I could probably talk way too long and probably already have. I guess if you guys want to talk about, what time are we? We're done. We're at stop. Hey. I made it to the finish line. Thank you so much for being so polite and listening to me this morning. Thank you.
You tell the legislator to be quiet. I'm over here going. Okay. A couple things I forgot to mention, that if you have your cell phone, it'd be nice if you put them on vibrate, and no matter how cool your ring is, we don't really want to hear it. So, but thank you for that. Also, I neglected to mention that Greg Walcher emailed yesterday. He's gravely sick, and he has actually been in the hospital for 8 days. Not COVID, just so you know, but he has sends his apologies, and I'm personally very disappointed because I really wanted to hear what he had to say. He's one of my favorites. Love to read about him, his articles in the Sentinel. And for those of you who might be interested, he was going to bring some books. If you haven't read Smoking Them Out, it's an interesting book from a different point of view in terms of how he sees forest health and the environment. And out on your table, there's also a sheet that he has. There's a free download book that you can get, and the link is on that sheet where you can talk, where it talks about how water unites and divides. So again, my apologies for him not being here, but we had more than enough speakers and a robust schedule, so we're looking forward to that. Now, it may be weird for me to introduce the person that's going to introduce our next speaker, but number one, I have to say, that you need to give our team at the county a round of applause, because they're the ones that made these mugs happen, which I think are adorable, and just putting this together and the lunches and everything, so please give them. Yeah, I don't know how things happen. You know, things just get done. We have all these really great people that help out. So Katie, the event center crew, Erica, thank you. So Marty Whitmore has practiced law in Colorado Springs, or in Colorado, since 1978, primarily in water and environmental law. She does permitting and compliance. She works with public lands and natural resources. She's represented a number of water entities, municipal water providers, both on the Front Range and over on the Western Slope, ditch companies, mining companies, and other water users. She also was the Uray County attorney for 5 years. Prior to that, she was a town attorney in Rico, and we feel very fortunate to have Marty as the county attorney now. She's appeared on the Colorado Water Divisions 1, 2, 3, 4, well, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in water rights appropriations, changing of water rights. You're going to know more about water than you ever thought you will by the end of the day. She's also served as a Chief Deputy Attorney General for the state of Colorado, as General Counsel to the U.S. Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation during the chairmanship of Senator John McCain, and also was an appointee to the George W. Bush administration, working for Secretary Gail Norton. So I say that because I want you to know the kind of expertise we have at the county, how we value that level of expertise. And so without further ado, Marty, you want to come up here and introduce our next speaker for us? Give her a round of applause, please.
Thanks, Sue. And I'm also very proud to be the Uray County representative to the Colorado River District Board. You probably know that the River District is comprised of 15 counties, and the board has a representative from each county on that board. And I'm going to be introducing Andy Mueller, who's our general manager, but also my predecessor in more ways than one. He was president of the board of the River District when he served as the Uray representative a few years ago. I just want to say, as president of the board, how pleased and grateful we are for the overwhelming vote of support that we got last year from our 15 counties who understand the importance of water projects. And by passing 7A, we now have the funding that the state of Colorado has not directed into carrying out and implementing the Colorado Water Plan in terms of infrastructure and making sure that we have the water we need. And while we don't have all the money that we need to build all of the water projects on the Western Slope that we'd all like to build, it's a huge step forward. And we greatly, greatly appreciate the support of our communities, because it was an overwhelming support for that initiative. And I want to also assure you that that money is not being spent on additional staff. We have new staff, but it's from turnover in people retiring and moving on and hiring new people. But we are trying to make sure that we leverage that money, and I think Andy will probably talk about that more, but we're trying to make sure that we leverage those funds to get the biggest bang for the buck that we can. And I'm not sure Sue mentioned that Marc Catlin is the Montrose County representative to the board, and we feel very fortunate to have his expertise on the board and to have a direct pipeline to the ear of a state legislator. Andy Mueller actually was hired almost 4 years ago to the date. December 4th is when he started his job as general manager of the Colorado River District. When Eric Kuhn retired, the board was really anxious to bring on board somebody who would have a lot of energy, who would be a really strong leader for the water community, a strong advocate for the Western Slope, and also understand the mission of the district, and who would be fiscally responsible, who would manage our resources very carefully. And we couldn't have found a better manager than Andy. Andy had served on the board for a number of years. He had been president, so he understood the district. And he also is an attorney. And many of you probably worked with him when he was a partner at Hawker Smith and Mueller, sometimes known as the Tisdale Law Firm in Ouray. By the way, the name of that firm is now Hawker Smith and Whitmore. Andy left Ouray and went to Glenwood Springs and was a partner at Karp, New and Hanlon when he became manager of the River District. And we feel, I think, as though we made a really good choice. Andy is a leader. He's an advocate. He does not shrink from going toe-to-toe with James Eklund when James was the Upper Colorado River Commissioner and wasn't providing the public with the information that we all wanted and needed to evaluate the demand management concept and the drought contingency plan. He doesn't shrink up against Jim Lockhead from the Denver Water Board or the other Front Range water users. He's always a good advocate for the Western Slope water community. He understands it, and we're thrilled to have him here today to be able to talk about what the district is doing right now and some of the big challenges that we have facing us right now on the river. So, Andy.
Wow, well, I get to follow two of my bosses up here. Good to see everybody. I want to, first of all, really thank the county for hosting this event. I think one of the most important things for anybody on the Western Slope is to really understand the nuts and bolts of water rights. You're going to get water law in a nutshell from Aaron Clay here in a little bit, or at least his abbreviated nutshell version. I think it's really critical. It is also, from our perspective at the River District, really critical that everybody in Western Colorado understand as much as possible how the big river operates, how the Colorado River operates, how water use in Denver impacts us, how water use in Los Angeles impacts us here on the Western Slope and really impacts our future. The River District was formed by a group of folks, the leaders of which actually one of them came from Montrose back in 1937, directly as a result of the threat seen by growing trans-mountain diversions. The Colorado Big Thompson project was up tunneling under, or going to tunnel under Rocky Mountain National Park. The Moffett Tunnel collection system on the Fraser River was being put in to take water from the upper Colorado into for Denver. And the people on the West Slope said, wait a minute, this is going to impact all of us. There were eyes back then, and there still are, on the upper Gunnison as a supplemental supply for the Front Range. So it was really critical for folks back then to form a district that didn't regulate anybody's behavior. We are a government district, but we are not a regulatory agency. We are an advocacy agency. We advocate for you as water users. And I think that as equally as important it is for me to be able to bring you information, I need to hear from you and understand your perspective. I'm gonna touch on some of what Marc touched on earlier in terms of where we go from here in terms of water conservation and what's best for the Western Slope. And while I might have an idea, some ideas, I really need to hear from you so that we're doing what's right for this community and the other communities on the Western Slope. It is not a situation, in my opinion, where experts from the legal profession or the engineering profession, those who live in big cities, even those of us who live in Glenwood Springs, should be coming up with all the ideas and the plans. It frankly is essential to understand how operations operate and work here on the western slope. And that's really what we're going to get into here today. But I'm going to do that in a roundabout way. Marty touched on it. I just want to say, again, thank you very much for the support that this community provided last November for ballot issue 7A. It was an overwhelming success. I will get into what we're doing with that money and how we're spending it in this discussion as well. One of the things we're doing with your money is, as was discussed, a small percentage of it, about 14%, is keeping our staff at the size that it was and being able to retain that staff. One of our new staff members, who is a replacement for folks who retired, is here in the audience. Raquel Flinker is right there. She is an engineer who is highly qualified, native of Brazil, who is absolutely brilliant and a pleasure to work with. She is going to be down, and already has been down in the Gunnison quite a bit, but is really our point person down here working on irrigation improvement projects with our water users, really focusing on how we keep you in business and how we do our best job serving you. And so if you have questions about what we can do to help and where we fit in that, I'd really encourage you to talk to either Raquel or myself or another member of our team. We have 22 employees. We're frequently up against organizations like Denver Water that has over 3,000, Metropolitan Water District of California that has over 10,000, Southern Nevada Water Authority that has 5,000, Central Arizona Project with another few thousand. So literally tomorrow, I'm flying to DC to deal with all of those people, and then I got to fly to Phoenix and meet those people and deal with organizations that vastly outnumber and outpopulate the Western Slope. It is absolutely critical that we operate on the West Slope as a unit, that we understand that we may have various opinions about water, but frankly, what's good for your farms is good for me when I go fishing. And what's good for your farms is good for me when I go boating. And I recognize that. I'm a recreational water user, but I also eat your corn, I eat your onions, I eat your beef. And I recognize that importance. So many Coloradans and so many people in this country don't continue to recognize that connection. So it's really important. So the question is, what is going on the river? Why are we in this 21-year drought? This is a really interesting graph, and I do apologize for the graphs, but if you look at it, this is the flat line in the middle is the average temperature during, not during that entire period, but it's the average temperature, if I can make sure I get it right, between 1970 and 1999. So it's just a running average. And if you remember back in the 70s, there was a long, cool, wet period in the 70s. That shows up on here, right? So it's from 1970 right to about 1999. That's the average. Well, what's happened since then, right? So you look back, and there were a whole bunch of below average temperatures, right? Well, here, in the last 21 years, we have seen year after year after year of record temperature rise. And I know that you can feel that. I know that, you know, having lived in Uray County for much of those 20 years and on the West Slope for the entire period, we encountered those temperatures on a daily basis in this valley. It's not a bad thing necessarily, except when it comes to water. Because what that means is that as we have hotter, drier periods of time, certainly in the summers, our plants absorb and use more water. And that's our plants in the forest, our plants that we grow, they utilize more water. So it's really important to recognize that. Additionally, a lot of our snowpack, and I'll say, you know, yes, there have been some significantly dry years. We all have experienced them this year and in the recent past. But what's really driving the reduction in the flows of our rivers more than the precipitation or the level of precipitation is the temperature. And so for every rise in temperature, 1 degree rise in temperature, we see about a 8 to 9% drop in the flow of the river, right? So these are temperature rises in western Colorado. That's the shape of our district, Colorado River District. Between 1895 and 2018, this is NOAA's data, so the federal government data that's kept on a county-by-county basis. It's the average daily temperature. So a 4.3 degree rise in Montrose during that period of time. Not something that you'd notice, even if you lived 80 years. It's not necessarily a huge change, but when you look at the effect on the river, it is a big change. There is less water in the river, and if the latest science is right, by the way, literally I have read about 14 different studies on the relationship between rise in temperature and reduction in streamflow in the Colorado River, and it really is well-documented, excellent science from people from all sides of the political spectrum looking at this issue, that where we are dealing with a decrease in the flow of our rivers directly related to that rise in temperatures. So what does that mean in a flow? This is one of those awful graphs that engineers put together. Sorry, Raquel, I'm just making fun of you guys. But so I'm gonna try to explain it. So 1875 is here, right? And 2020 is over here. This is the natural flow in the Colorado River right below where we built the Glen Canyon Dam at a place called Lee Ferry. Some of it, the older data, is reconstructed off of some gauges that existed, but the more recent stuff is extremely accurate. And so if you look at this, this line right here, there's a very faint gray line, is 15 million acre feet. Well, 15 million acre feet is less than what we divided the river up in 1922. So and I think you've heard me say this before, the 1922 compact said the lower basin gets 7.5 million acre feet first. Then we get 7.5 million acre feet. That's 15 million acre feet. And the lower basin, out of its tributaries, gets another million acre feet. So that's 16 million acre feet. And it said, oh yeah, and at some point we're going to get an agreement with the country of Mexico, and they're going to get some water. And in 1944, we reached that agreement with Mexico, and they got another 1.5 million acre feet. So that's 17.5 million acre feet allotted out of the Colorado River on a river that, this is the long-term average. That red line is running below 15 million acre feet. So why are we living in a shortage perpetually? Because we divided up too much water that didn't exist. Why did we do that? Well, we did it in 1922. Look how wet it was back then, right? So we thought, oh, that's how the world's going to be. I mean, literally, and this is going to sound crazy, but there were folks back then that said that the rain will follow the plow, right? You come out to the west, you plow up the sod, and rain will follow. That was a scientific concept. Actually, I'm pretty sure, no offense to the real estate agents in the area, it was a real estate agent who came up with that idea because they were selling real estate out here. But, you know, that's okay. So that's the average. That's long term, and that's bad news enough because it's not meeting all the allotments. Well, this is an even scarier number right here. This is about 12.6 million acre feet. This is what's happened in the last 20 years, since 2000. That's where we are. We call it the Millennial Drought. So we know that there is a significantly lower flow. Well, what does that mean, again, to the big river? Well, this is a map of the Colorado River Basin. Up at the top, you get Flaming Gorge. These buckets are what is currently, as of the 11th of November, sitting in each of these reservoirs, right? So in Flaming Gorge, it's 76% full. And let me just say, Flaming Gorge, Blue Mesa, Navajo, and Lake Powell were all built by the federal government for one purpose, primary purpose, which is to protect the upper basin, that's Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico's water use, to protect our consumptive use, meaning that they would fill up during wet years, and during dry periods, we would use those reservoirs to release water down to the lower basin so they would get their 7.5 million acre feet, and we would continue to be able to use water as well, even though we were junior on the system. So they've worked really well over the last 21 years under a drought that was not anticipated at all in 1922. Those reservoirs protected our use. Today, Lake Powell sits at 29% full. Lake Mead, that feeds the lower basin, sits at 34% full. I don't have to tell you much about Blue Mesa because you guys see it as often or more often than I do, sitting at 25% full. So if our savings account, if what's protecting us are these 4 upper basin reservoirs, we're in pretty bad shape, right? I mean, Flaming Gorge has got a lot, 76%, but that's only 2.9 million acre feet, right? That's not much given the fact that the lower basin gets 7.5 million acre feet every year, right? And actually, under the way they operate, they have these coordinated reservoir operation guidelines that came about directly as a result of a 1968 act that, frankly, our Congressman, Wayne Aspinall, voted for and negotiated. That 1968 act set up the coordinated reservoir operation between these 2 reservoirs, which means when this reservoir, the goal is to keep them relatively equal. So when this reservoir drops down below the Grand Canyon, they just send a little bit more out of Powell and bring it back up. It's supposed to keep them about equal. The problem is that the guidelines that run that coordination have resulted in much higher releases of water over the last 10 years. And here's another one of these crazy graphs. So the Colorado River Compact Accounting, again, go back to 1990 here, right? So, and here we are out into the future. We're projecting out into 2025. The yellow lines are projections. These are volumes of releases out of Lake Powell every year. Just to try to explain, the purple line is if we release 7.5 million acre feet every year, right? So that would be just the first allotment to the lower basin. Doesn't include Mexico's treaty obligation. It doesn't include the extra million acre feet to the lower basin because they're supposed to get that from their tributaries. If anybody's ever been to Phoenix, there's the Salt and the Gila down there. Those are supposed to be where they get those. The Virgin River, if you've been to the St. George area or the Zion Park, those are lower basin tributaries. So they're supposed to get that water out of there. But 7.5 million acre feet is what the compact says we have to give them. The next line up, the green line, is 8.25 million acre feet. Why is that on there? Well, that's the 7.5 million plus half of that obligation to the country of Mexico. And so there is a question, a legal question out there is, do we actually owe that? Do we owe half of what this country owes to Mexico? Well, the 1922 treaty says we do, only in times of shortage. What's a shortage? That's a really good question, and it is something that we're likely to end up fighting about in the Supreme Court here in the next few years, and I'll explain why. The red line is what we've actually, it's the running 10-year average of our releases. So I should back up. So it's these releases, this is every year, the blue lines are every year, but those lines are what we would owe on a 10-year running average, right? So these coordinated reservoir guidelines that I've talked about are causing releases in 2011. Look at that release. It is well over 12 million acre feet, right? So here's the number of acre feet that we're releasing, 12 million acre feet. In all of these years, 2015 to 2019, we released 9 million acre feet out of Lake Powell because of the way those guidelines were written. I can tell you right now, we are in the current process of renegotiating those guidelines. I will thank you again as taxpayers. You are supporting our efforts to support the state of Colorado. We're doing all sorts of very strategic modeling to figure out how those guidelines have gone wrong and what actually needs to occur to keep the upper basin, keep more water in Lake Powell than is currently there. So the problem we're running into, though, is years like, so if it's a 10-year running average, why did this red line go up? That's that average. Well, 2011 was a big year release, so the red line starts shooting up. 2013 was fairly large, and then all of these. So we've been well above 8.5 million acre feet, right? Well, if we project out in the future, now that the reservoirs are so low, we know the guidelines say that we're only going to release 7.5 million acre feet out of Powell. So that red line, our 10-year compact obligation in 2025 is expected to collide with the level that where we would owe half the Mexican treaty obligation. At that point, we can expect the lower basin states to start screaming, probably the country of Mexico. And we're going to say, no, the guidelines say we should continue to release 7.48 or maybe even less, maybe 7 million acre feet, because there isn't the water there to deliver, right? And so there's I guess what I would ask you to take away from this is there is a strong risk of us getting into a really significant legal fight and a messy one that no one can guarantee that we're going to win if we allow these lines to cross, right? And if you project this out into the future, if we're only releasing 7.48 or even less, 7 million acre feet, that red line will continue and will actually cross the purple line, the 7.48 or the 7.5 million acre feet. So that's where we end up potentially violating the compact. What is that? How does that relate to today? And why are we talking about it? Well, again, Marc Catlin alluded to this. These headlines are from this summer, right? Everybody read, oh, shortage declared on the Colorado River. Well, I want to be really clear. That shortage was in the lower basin. They've had a full supply of water every year since Lake Mead was built. They got every drop they wanted. There are a handful of big contractors down there, Imperial Irrigation District, the Palo Verde Irrigation District, irrigation districts in Yuma, Arizona, Metropolitan Water of Southern California, and the Southern Nevada Water Authority. If you just think about the types that those are big cities, those are big irrigation projects down in the lower basin. For over 100 years, they just pick up their phone and say, hey, I need 8,000 acre feet delivered next week. And the Bureau says, sure. And they adjust the gates at Hoover, and down it goes, right? They've had a 100% reliable system. And now, as Lake Mead is crashing, they no longer have that. They've hit a place where the federal government is finally imposing shortages on them. Means that the Central Arizona project that feeds farmers in Arizona and the cities of Phoenix and Tucson and Scottsdale is actually going to take a cut, a 500,000 acre foot cut next year. So I will just say, yeah, I feel bad for them. That's hard. You know why I know that? Because all of our constituents, everybody in this room, and even more so if you go up into Uray County or up into Gunnison County or Grand County, up in the headwaters, take shortages all the time. That same 100 years, we've been depending upon unreliable hydrology. We've been hoping, and praying that we will actually get the snow needed to generate the water to irrigate our crops. In years like this past one, this project, the Uncompahgre project, got its share of water. But it unfortunately came at the expense of Uray County. Uray County did not get its full supply of water. Its individual ditches were, in fact, called out at certain times this year, 2018, 2013, 2012. You can go back in time, right? So we know that we have lived in a perpetual period of shortage in the upper basin. That's true in Wyoming. It's true in New Mexico. It's true in Utah. We see it throughout our states. Our state, I was just talking to our state's modelers about this. They think that they can establish that every year we take about a 25% shortage on the supply, average, 25%. So if we had a full supply of water, if we had Lake Mead sitting above all of our head gates, we would take 25% more water and grow 25% more crop. We can't do that because we don't have the plumbing that the lower basin has. So yeah, I feel bad for the lower basin that they're taking a shortage, but that declaration doesn't impact us, and it doesn't have anything to do with the state of Colorado, other than it should set off some warning signs for us to recognize that the river is way out of balance. So the lower basin, and maybe I should go back, the lower basin, so we'll just say this, in conjunction with the federal government, has overused their water taken over deliveries of water since Lake Mead was built. First, it was California taking well over its 4.4 million acre feet. They were up well over 5 million acre feet. Now it's all of them. And the federal government is complicit in their historic overuse of water. By our calculations, in the last 10 years alone, they've taken about 13 million acre feet of water over and above their compact use. If you put that 13 million acre feet back into the giant system reservoirs, let's just say actually you put it all in Powell. Well, Powell only has 7 million acre feet. You put another 13 in there, that's 20 million acre feet. Lake Powell will be almost full. Okay? That's how much water they've overused in the lower basin in the last 10 years. So when we come back to that whole Mexican treaty obligation, excuse me, the question, of course, is what shortage? You guys overused the water. If it was sitting in the bank, we wouldn't have a shortage and we wouldn't have to come up with it from Mexico. So you guys need to come up with it. Those are the types of arguments we're about to engage in with them. So if you think about it, what are they doing down below in the lower basin? They are saving water. And the newspapers will tell you they're conserving water. They're really coming up with all these great plans. They're actually fallowing agriculture. They're not, they're not stopping water deliveries to cities, but they're paying farmers and ranchers to stop irrigating. Big announcement this year, a few months ago, was that the lower basin, the city of Los Angeles and the big metropolitan area there, is paying farmers in the Palo Verde Irrigation District to save about 250,000 acre feet of water and leave it in Lake Mead. They're out looking for another 250,000 right now so they can do a total of 500,000 acre feet they can leave in Lake Mead so they can keep the level of Lake Mead high. That's great. Should be applauded. But once they do all that, what it means is they are almost living within the allotment set forth in 1922 under the compact. So what I say is thank you for finally complying with your legal obligation. That's where we are in the river system. Why is the federal government letting them do that? Because we've had extra water. We've never pushed the system to this point where it's about to break. So we are pushing back against the feds. We're pushing back against the lower basin, saying, yeah, we're dealing with a heat-induced drought that is sending the supply down up here, but you guys have continued to overuse and really put this system in crisis. So that's what they're talking about. Well, up here, we have to recognize that as the projections under science are that, at least for the foreseeable future, we will see flows in the rivers continue to decline. There's just no way around that because temperatures are looking with great certainty like they will continue to be high. So what does that mean for us? It means that we actually do need to pay attention. We actually have to understand what it means for our community. So the upper basin said, look, we're going to do a few things when the lower basin back in 2018 said, hey, we're going to enter into these, quote, drought contingency plans and save this water that they're now putting back up into Mead, or not taking out of Mead, I should say. What are we going to do? Well, there was something called the Colorado River Reservoir Reoperations, right? Well, that's going on right now. So that document, which was like a 30-page document, said when Lake Powell is dropping down to a level that the power turbines are at risk, we're going to move water from Flaming Gorge, Blue Mesa, and Navajo down into Lake Powell. Now remember, the primary purpose of Blue Mesa, Navajo, and Flaming Gorge is to protect our consumptive uses and therefore make sure that the system is able to deliver that 7.5 million acre feet of water every year. We don't want to over-deliver out of that system. It has happened recently. We want to bring it back down to a very close level. But this year, in July, the Bureau of Reclamation, who runs those reservoirs, recognized that the level in Lake Powell most likely is likely to, I shouldn't say most likely, one of I want to say it was about a 30% chance that it will fall below the level of the intake at the power pool. That's at elevation 3490, 3,490 feet above sea level. If that happens, we won't have power out of the reservoir. You could say, well, not that big a deal. Well, unfortunately, it is a huge deal for the Upper Basin. It's a huge deal for this community. Now, luckily, DMEA broke away from Tri-State. I think that was a fairly ugly fight that most of you are aware of. Your electric provider is one of the few in western Colorado that doesn't get its power from Tri-State. Tri-State is the single largest buyer from the CRISP reservoirs, those reservoirs we're talking about. They buy it from the organization WAPA, which has its offices here and its headquarters. WAPA gets it from the Bureau. WAPA then sells it to these associations like Tri-State that then provide them to the electric associations. San Miguel Power is a Tri-State customer, right? So if the reservoirs drop, the price of power throughout the Intermountain West will go up. It already is. As those reservoirs have dropped, we have seen power going up. So it will impact the customers of those rural electric associations that are still subscribers to Tri-State, but it will also impact DMEA because your power is supplied by Guzman Electric. They're out on the market buying power. They're going to get hit with similar, all of a sudden, with more competition on the power market. Prices will go up. We should all expect, because of the levels of this reservoir, that prices will go up. If that dam at Lake Powell stops making power, many of us are going to see double and triple digit power increases. It's a real serious situation here. We're not only dealing with water shortages, but we're dealing with power shortages. So we said, all right, well, we'll reoperate those reservoirs. I just want to say this. It's supposed to be a cooperative deal where the Bureau of Reclamation worked with the states and everybody consulted each other. Bureau of Reclamation said, you know, we didn't realize this was going to happen this fast. There's this one line that says, well, in an emergency, we can do whatever we want. So they found that sentence. They said, hey, we're going to do what we want. And they started releasing the water out of those reservoirs very fast. Blue Mesa, as you're aware, released 36,000 acre feet. And we can look at that. This is the schedule of releases. So these are in 100,000 acre foot releases. Blue Mesa released 36,000, Flaming Gorge 125, and Navajo was supposed to release 20 here at the end of the year, but they realized that the pipeline the federal government built for the Navajo tribe, it has such a high level of an intake, they can't release that 20,000 without running that pipeline dry. Seems like really solid engineering, right? So that's the first step, right? They didn't consult the states. They released the water. I asked them, I said, how do you know any of that's getting down in Powell? If you look at when they were releasing it, August and September, hottest, driest months of the year, right? Hardest to track, lots of transpo evaporation, transit loss on the river. Why wouldn't you release that in the middle of the winter when no one's diverting and when the plants aren't sucking the water out of the river? Just wasn't something they thought about. Didn't think that they should do that. I said, well, can you track it? They said, well, we think it's going to raise the level of Lake Powell by 3 feet. I said, well, how do you know it does that? Well, we don't. We don't really know. We're just guessing. It will raise it by 3 feet if, in fact, none of it evaporated or none of it was diverted. But our state engineer's office wasn't even asked to shepherd that water to the state line. And frankly, I'm not sure the state would have. Utah, the same thing. They didn't shepherd that water. Anybody who wanted it could grab it. So, you know, this is how our government decided to act on this. Not a good idea, right? I can see Sue moving closer to me, so I'm a little worried that I'm going to talk. But the question is, so what are we doing about this, right? We've got to recognize that there is a risk that we will violate our compact obligations. What happens when that happens, right? And so just remember, the compact was signed in 1922. If, in fact, we violate the compact, and this is how, anybody in the room know how we're going to know when we violate the compact? When we're in violation? I mean, anybody? I think I finally figured it out after 30 years in the legal profession doing water law. It's The only time we're going to know for sure that we violated the compact is when the U.S. Supreme Court tells us we did. Because there's so many different opinions about what the compact means. There's no way it's going to happen. Because the way it happens is we have something called a non-depletion obligation. So it's not necessarily a delivery obligation. We just can't deplete the river below 7.5 million acre feet a year, or 75 million over 10, at the point below Glen Canyon. Well, what does that mean to not deplete it? And what rights are affected? Well, this is what is clear. Rights decreed and put to use before 1922 are protected by the compact. They can't be turned off. Any water right decreed after that date and put to use after that date is technically subject to curtailment. So what are those? Well, Marc talked about it. You know, there are about 600,000 acre feet a year going over to the Front Range. There's, in all fairness, 2% of those are pre-compact, only because they bought and dried up West Slope Ag in the headwaters. So the rest of it is post-compact water. Many of our domestic water providers, Tri-County, Ute Water Conservancy down in Grand Junction, they have post-compact water as the majority, if not all, of their water supply. We have towns on the West Slope, and we have massive cities on the Front Range that are all post-compact. So if we get to a point where our water rights are going to be curtailed, and those post-compact water rights are going to be curtailed, what does that look like? Well, you know, we've asked our state engineer. State engineer says, I don't know. I'm not really interested in producing those rules. That'll be a lot of work, and that'll be a lot of controversy. Going to cause people on the Front Range to fight with the West Slope, cause different West Slope basins to fight with each other. I don't really want to do it. And you know what? I don't blame the state engineer for not wanting to do it, but I would say, could you please do it? Do your job. Let us know how that's going to shake out. Because one thing we all need as water users is certainty. We need to know whether or not we're going to have water the next year so that we know whether or not to buy all the inputs that go into growing food, right? So we know that we need certainty. We don't have that right now. So back in 2018, we did something called a risk study. We looked at what the risks of our dropping below the level by which we might be curtailed in the upper basin, and what that might look like here on the West Slope. We've got literally hundreds of pages of engineering studies. There is a risk. I would say this, that study done in 2018 is completely out of date today because of the level of the reservoirs, and the flow in the rivers has decreased so much more than anybody predicted. So we're actually re-upping that to understand our risk a little bit more in the next 6 to 8 months. I just want to get through this if I can. So what is a pre and post compact water right in a basin context, right? And I want to just focus on the Gunnison, okay? So pre-compact in the Gunnison River, including this valley, consumption of water is 493,879 acre feet, according to the state engineer, right? So that's a lot of water. That's almost as much as the Front Range brings over each year, right? So that's the consumption. It's not the amount diverted. If you think about it, the amount diverted through the tunnel is about 600,000 acre feet a year, but you don't consume all that. This is in the entire Gunnison Basin. It includes all of this project, Uray, Gunnison, parts of Mesa County. How much of that is post-compact in the Gunnison? Only 57,000 acre feet. So not that much, right? Out of the total of about 500. And I'm sorry, so that's pre-compact, that's post-compact, total of 551,000 acre feet. And that means the Gunnison has about 6.10% of the amount of post-compact water used in our entire state. Well, who has the most? It's the Trans-Basin diverters, right? What do they have? They have 57% of the post-compact water in our state is diverted to the Front Range. You can say, well, gee, it would suck to live in Denver when that compact happens, right? Unfortunately, it will suck to live in Denver, but it will also suck to live in Montrose because it's going to hit all of us. We're all in this, whether we like it or not, together. cities under our Constitution that dates back to 1876 when the Constitution was created in our state. There is something called in the language of 1876, it said it was a domestic preference. Well, what does that mean? Well, after 30 years of practicing law, I can almost do it. And what that means is municipalities have the right to come out and take water from ag and industry and provide it for domestic uses. Domestic has been defined later by our courts to be municipal uses. So not just in-home, possibly. We would still argue that it is in-home. But our cities, our water providers, will be able to come out, if they have to, and take condemned water. And how would that work? Well, our state engineer said, well, if I actually get to compact curtailment rules, one of the things I'm going to do is come up with augmentation rules. Well, that sounds pretty innocuous. Doesn't sound like it's going to hurt us a whole lot. Augmentation means adding water to a system. That sounds like a reasonable idea. What he really means by that, if you study the other compacts in the states that he has come up with rules, is it's how to move water from ag to urban. Okay? That's what that means. That's an ag to urban transfer, an augmentation. It means in this context of the Colorado River, our state has this obligation to get water down to the state line. So Trans-Basin Diverter says, oh, we serve critical needs. We serve houses and fire hydrants. So we're going to go out and take farmers because for some reason food is not a critical need. And we're going to take their water and we're going to send it down the river and we're going to take an equivalent amount of that over the hill for our use, right? Or, and let's be fair, in the instance of Tri-County Water, who serves many of us here in the Uncompahgre Valley, they may find themselves in need of doing the same thing. So it's really important to understand what that situation is when we talk about how it's going to impact all of us. Now, this is an interesting chart, and I think it's important to look at in light of some of the things Marc was talking about. Why do people always want to talk about ag and taking water out of ag when they talk about conserving water? Well, unfortunately, this is why. In the Gunnison Basin, the best estimate is that about I want to make sure I get that number right because it seems so high, 99% of the water actually consumed is consumed in agriculture in our basin, okay? That's a very significant number, and that puts a target on the backs of ag. So when you talk about, hey, let's share the pain, because I do that all the time with the Front Range. I say, hey, look, Colorado River, you guys all call it Marc says it's a statewide river. They call it a river of state interest. Like, hey, we really have some stake in that because we use water all the time. And in the South Platte, where Denver is, if you look at that, 60, and I'm having a hard time reading that from the angle I'm at, 83% of their water is used in ag in the South Platte. So there is a big chunk, that orange chunk, up at the top of that line that is urban, municipal use. But it's not that big, and that's why everybody's looking at ag. And so the question is, how do we as a community deal with a perpetual water shortage, one that might get tighter as it gets hotter? How do we protect our communities, protect you and the way of life that we all enjoy on the Western Slope, and protect our food supply? How do we do it in a way that is fair, that is equitable, that is meaningful? And I would tell you that I don't have all the answers. We've got some ideas, right? One of the other things and if I go back to it, in that upper basin, yeah, here we go, sorry. Upper basin demand management or upper basin drought contingency, we said, hey, we'd study something called demand management. So that's conserving water intentionally, temporarily, and sending it into a bank in Lake Powell to protect the levels of Powell. So, yeah, well, we'll study that. Well, the minute we said we'd study it, the Front Range said, great, let's let a free market develop, and the state of Colorado will pay the lowest value water users to stop using water temporarily, and we'll send all that water into Lake Powell. And the guys who were saying, yeah, it should be a free market, were the ones running a system up in northern Colorado called Northern Water, where water is trading at about 83,000 acre feet, $83,000 an acre foot, right? Well, over here, I could probably get an acre foot of water for a couple grand, right? So the difference between their price of water and the value of their water and ours is tremendous. So what he really was telling me, and this was like the first day I took my job and was having lunch with him, he said, yeah, we should just let the free market prevail. And even then I said, well, doesn't that mean that all the water would come off the west slope? I said, well, if that's what would happen, I guess that's what would happen. You know, I don't really care. And he was serious. He did not really care. So I do care, and I don't think that's where it should be. And so we've been fighting with the state and the Front Range, saying it needs to be proportionate based upon going back to what's putting us at risk. It's our post-compact water use. So any demand management, water coming out of a demand management program, should be proportionate to that basin's post-compact water use, right? So the Front Range, again, they take 57% of the post-compact water in the state. They should provide 57% of the water to the bank. It's not that hard. I don't care how they do it. They can figure that out. Over here, I do care. I want to make sure that it doesn't all come out of ag, that it should, if it were ever to happen, that it should come out of municipal use and others. But there's still great concern because we're still talking about 99% of our water in the Gunnison Basin in ag. That's a lot of ag. So I want to go back to this chart, and yeah, and so I guess well, maybe we'll go to the next one. So it could come out of, I mean, there's a lot of agriculture use, but this is my question, and we don't have time for the full question and answer session because I want to cover one more issue. Are there ways that we could conserve water while keeping agriculture in full function, right? So my answer is yes. There is urban water conservation. There also is, I think, areas in which ag could potentially, if others are given water, if it's proportionate Front Range and West Slope, if it's proportionate between our basins on the West Slope, could we consider other options? Well, let's talk about this system here in the Uncompahgre. There is a tremendous amount of really valuable high-dollar ag. There is also a lot of landscaping that gets irrigated with water out of the project. Is that appropriate in a situation where we're running into a situation where we can't grow the food we need? Should we be looking at water conservation on a larger scale on our 2-acre tracts, on our 4-acre tracts, on our 8-acre tracts, on our 20-acre tracts? Anything that's not growing food and isn't really being productively used from that perspective. It doesn't mean it has to look like a desert, but are there ways in which we can do this? And I am not telling anybody how to do that, but I want to hear, maybe during lunch or the breaks from you folks, what ideas you have. Because I don't want to come up with the ideas, but I'm looking at those and I'm saying, how do we keep our food production and our economy in functioning in the West Slope? And so there's the other question is there marginal agricultural property that is appropriate, that it doesn't grow the most food, that is, you know, from what I can tell, talking to a lot of farmers, everybody kind of knows, well, that back 20, that's the property that when I don't have enough water, when the project's down at 70% allocation, I don't water that because I don't get as much crop. Is that property potentially something that if you were paid by the state of Colorado, is that something that you could contribute? That water that would otherwise be consumed? And again, I'm not saying that you should, I'm asking that question. And I'm asking that question because my job is to try to help protect your community in the long run from water grabs that are created by the compact curtailment situation. I'm going to quickly just go into something. The community funding partnership. Going to change completely the area. This is what the program we set up as a result of the support we got for 7A. If you'll recall, 7A actually passed, raised our mill levy by a quarter of a mill. I think an average home here in Montrose County was paying in additional taxes of about $3.50 per home or less in additional taxes. It's raising $5 million total. Initially, we said, look, we're going to need about $800,000 of that to keep our budget in balance at the River District. And so we committed to the voters that we would put a minimum of $4.2 million annually into this community funding partnership program. I want to say I thank our board because our organization is fiscally conservative. We were able this year not to put just the 4.2, but in October, our board put another $600,000 from our general fund into this program. So we didn't go out and run out and instantly spend all the money that you voted for us. We are being very careful, and we're putting as much as we can into this program. Well, what is this program? Well, it's funding buckets equally, approximately equal over time, buckets that include productive agriculture, conservation and efficiency, healthy rivers, infrastructure, and watershed health and water quality. All of those are critical if we're going to keep functioning in a continuing decline in the flow of the rivers. So we're taking applications. We, again, moved around some internal staff, got rid of one of our external affairs people, and hired a woman named Amy Mueller, who is running this community funding partnership program. She came to us. She was the governor's water policy advisor, the assistant director of resources for the state of Colorado. She is phenomenal, okay? And she has committed, we are committed as a district to make this a very simple grant program. It has no application deadlines. It is a rolling program throughout the year. On grants that are $50,000 or less, I have the ability to approve those grants and send the money out the door. So if it's a quick one, we can get them out. If it's more than that, it goes to my board, which meets quarterly. So we do need to get those applications in 6 weeks before those board meetings. But we are funding those programs throughout the district. Eligibility, it's anybody, individual, local government, corporations, private entities, mutual ditch companies, nonprofits, and partnerships. So we'll help anybody who will meet the goals of this program. And the goals of this program are our strategic goals on the West Slope to protect our water use and make sure that we have water in the future for Western Slope water. We're collaborating with local support. In other words, we actually require a letter of support from your local county commissioners, and we would encourage you to get that. We also recognize that while we appreciate the funding, $4.2 million, or even if we add the extra $600, $4.8 million, is not enough to fund all of the water project needs in Western Colorado. So what we want to do is leverage our money against federal and state money. This year alone, we have funded about $3 million in our first year of program, funding 23 multi-benefit projects on the West Slope. So we've spent $3 million, but between all of those projects, they brought in an additional $33 million in funds into the West Slope from outside sources. We provided the catalyst, we provided the initial money down, or sometimes the last money in, but the idea is to leverage our funds and bring in those federal and state dollars. I can tell you one of the things we do at the district is work very closely with federal and state agencies and our elected officials. I'm actually headed back to DC, as much as I hate it, tomorrow, because they have, you might have read, a pot of money they just approved. In that infrastructure bill was $8.3 billion for Western water infrastructure. We helped write that legislation. We pumped in categories to make sure that Western Colorado would have projects that are eligible for it. And so before that money even hits their coffers or goes down to the agency level, we are going to meet with them and tell them what we expect on your behalf. And that's really critical to think about how we make sure we continue to function and you continue to be able to be productive and profitable in your daily operations. We are splitting the money equally across those categories. We're trying to achieve geographic equity. Now, equity in my mind has a somewhat of an overused and bad meaning these days in many people's minds. What that means is we're trying to spread the money out between all of our counties, all of our projects, all of the different types of water users. And we track it on a 5-year running average. Here's what we've done so far. Infrastructure and healthy rivers are the two largest at this point. But again, this is just the first year, so we'll have that hopefully approximately equal by the time we finish this first 5 years. And then if you look at the distributions right now, we're a little heavy on the Colorado River. The Gunnison is not far behind, but we need to fund more projects here. So with that in mind, pre-application meetings, our staff wants to meet with you. Amy and our engineers, Raquel and others, will come down, look at your projects, talk to you about it, figure out the best way you can use our funding, but also help you identify all the other sources of funding and help get that lined up so that you're not swallowed up by that awful world of acronyms that is out there in government world, right? How do we help you actually do what you do best, which is raise, farm, whether it's farming or, for those in the recreational industry, making sure you have, water that you need as well. We're doing a lot of headgate improvements up in the Gunnison, Upper Gunnison and Lower Gunnison, which are assisting both the farmers and ranchers in automating the diversion structures, making them more efficient, but at the same time allowing and developing better fish passage and boating passage because of the growing economy that is represented by the recreational industry. So we are doing all of that, and it's our job to bring everybody together and recognize that there are benefits there for everybody. Anyway, those are some contact information on this. I have to say, really excited to be able to help the West Slope and really promote us as a community. I appreciate the support, and I'm going to be around for questions, but I do believe my time is up. So thank you very much, and look forward to talking to all of you. If you want me to.
I'm not sure if he said this, but he said, "Help me, help you." Wasn't that a famous line? Okay. So does anybody have any questions for Andy at this point? Because I think we have some wiggle room in our schedule and would like to take some questions if you have any.
The agricultural water, which would be taken under augmentation,
yeah.
Is that a compensable taking?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So it's just like the exercise of any eminent domain or taking that you see under the Constitution. It's private property and it needs to be compensated, but I'm not sure I would feel real good if someone paid me the, quote, market value of my water and dried up my property and left. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for an interesting presentation this morning. That was very good. My question is, these kind of meetings are very valuable to us to learn more about how to do things. All right. Way to go.
Can you hear me? No? Okay, hold on.
I'll stand up and yell at you.
There you go.
You're building public opinion with this meeting and this meeting schedule. What are we doing to build public opinion on our side on the east slope there? If we're just talking to the legislators, I fear that that information's not getting out to the public there. We're going to have to do it ourselves.
I'm going to repeat the question just because I think we've got a live stream audience. So the question was, what are we doing to get information out to the eastern slope to help them recognize these issues. And I think that's a really insightful question. And I can tell you, we still, despite cutting one member of our external affairs team, I have a team of communications experts who are actually, as we speak, developing a communications plan to communicate directly with Front Range water users and consumers. For the very reason you just identified in your question, they take water, they use water out of the Colorado River, and they have no idea that their water even comes from the Colorado River. Quick story, this summer, the upper Colorado River at Kremling, if anybody's been there, had dropped in the middle of June during the runoff period to 170 cubic feet per second. That's a flow that the Uncompahgre hits on a dry day, right? 170 acre feet, or excuse me, cubic feet per second. Well, what was going on is that Northern Water Conservancy District's municipal subdivision was pumping 450 cubic feet per second just upstream from Kremling under a decree that they properly got under our water court system, so that they could bring water over to 7 municipalities in the northeastern part of our state. So we saw the temperature spiking in the river. We knew that the commercial fishing operation in the Colorado River was going to get hit hard. It's a huge part of the economy in Grand County, in Eagle County, and Garfield County. The irrigators in the Colorado were still getting their water, so there wasn't a senior call from the West Slope yet on that. But we saw the fishing economy being about to be hammered. I called up their leader over there and said, hey, I know you guys are operating within the law, but you need to bring your pumping down. You're about to kill a bunch of fish and cause some pretty significant economic harm over here. And he said, oh, well, in all these cities, they placed their orders months ago, and I can't control how they order their water. I said, all right. I said, if that's how we're going to play this. They did reduce their pumping a little bit for a little while, and they shifted around a little bit, but we had a fish kill 3 days later. So I said, all right, well, if he can't control them, we'll see if we can. Because all the people who live in those cities in northeastern Colorado, while they don't know where their water comes from, they love Colorado because they moved here to live near the mountains, to go fishing and to go boating and to go camping. And I think it's time they understand the connected nature of their existence to the Colorado River and the impact all of their sod is having on our river system over here. And so we are developing that communications plan to directly communicate through social media with them, newspaper articles, newspaper advertisements, but we're also communicating directly with their elected officials. It's something I have done since I came in is directly communicate with our local elected officials on the West Slope. But we're going to expand that, and we're going to directly communicate with those decision makers over there so they actually understand the impact they're having on our river system. So.
Andy, I know we've spoken about this before, but Mexico has perpetually not complied with the treaty obligation. They're only supposed to give us 350,000 acre feet a year. We give them 1.5 million, and I think we've done it virtually every year since the treaty was established. Is there any discussion about tearing up that treaty since they perpetually do not comply?
So Charles is asking a question. The treaty on the Colorado River with Mexico also covers the use of water in the Rio Grande. And in the Rio Grande River, Mexico is supplying water to the United States in the neighborhood of supposed to be about 350,000 acre feet of water per year. In the Colorado, it's 1.5 million to Mexico from the United States. There is great hesitancy, Charles, to stop delivering water to the country of Mexico. I will say, however, the country of Mexico voluntarily agreed to reduce its deliveries under the compact during drought periods. They are currently taking less than 1.5 million starting in 2022 and actually have indicated a willingness to take even less as the river shortages are more severe on the lower basin. So there is that. Their failure to comply with the Rio Grande portion of the treaty is one that is probably more complex and we can get into here in Montrose, but I'm happy to chat with you more. So, all right. There's a question right here.
Of course, 9 miles over this way.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My question goes back to the money part on 7A.
Yeah.
I'm out of Smith Fork Drainage, which goes into the Gunnison.
Yep.
I think it was in 18, we got Colorado River funds and put in the automatic head gate and some pipe. And now we have a big FOA, and because of the rising price of pipe and stuff, it won't come close to completing the project. So where's the money at?
Excellent question. So there are a number of projects on the West Slope that were hammered by the high price of pipe this year. The Bureau of Reclamation put all of those projects, if I'm not mistaken, on hold, and I'm familiar with ones up in the Smith Fork, waiting to see if the price of pipe will come back down. The answer is we are able to and will help fund the increase in pipe, and it takes some work with our community funding partnership to get an application in. You know, again, the 4.2 million can't cover all of that, right? Because if you think about all of the projects on the West Slope that got hit by that increase in pipe, it's really significant. So we are aware of that. We are happy to talk to you, and that is eligible for our funding.
So your whole presentation pretty much was, we're getting hotter, we're having less water, we have growing communities all the way downriver, and I mean, really just kind of, I guess there's a big battle to come, so to speak, but it didn't really look like it's gonna, get any better per se. It's just kind of who's gonna outfight the other group of people. Where does this end, 20 years down the road from here if this continues? And are you guys working with better farming practices, no-till practices or intensive grazing practices, things like that where, everyone's kind of throwing in their part on top of, drier landscaping per se.
Yep.
But yeah, just kind of looking forward, how much money does our community and any other community downriver have to throw at this, just kind of solve these problems historically?
Sure. I think that, again, another great question is, what are we doing to, what's the end game here, right? And I think there are lots of things we can do to conserve water. Soil health and optimal management practices on farms are certainly high among them. We're funding a number of projects that look at irrigation efficiency and conservation in water usage. There's a program that we help sponsor in the Upper Colorado this year. It's been a 2-year project, and they fully fallowed a number of fields and then brought them back up to see what the impact of that fallowing was. In a few of the fields where they were fully fallowed, but the operators ran their cattle, and so they basically busted up the hard pack sod and then brought irrigation water back on the following year. Some of those fields got as much as 110% yield. On the other hand, the fields that weren't grazed heavily during that fallowing period, their productive level is closer to 65% of their average yield this year after being brought back into irrigation. The question is that a repeatable experiment? And so we're looking for opportunities to fund additional projects just like that to understand how we can better improve some of the historic practices. Things like there was a grass seed mix that was sponsored by the NRCS back in the 80s that is proliferate throughout the high country and the West Slope. It is terrible at recovering from drought. Why our NRCS ever sponsored that seed mix in the 80s, I don't know. But that's the kind of thing we got to prevent and replace, right? So how do we take advantage of having the proper seed mix and the proper operations? So yeah, there's a lot we can do. I would say, you know, it sounds like we're in for a long battle, and we are. Western water has always been a long battle, hence the name of the conference here. But I would say that I'm optimistic, frankly, that we can continue to function and actually have our communities thrive in the way our communities want to thrive. But we're going to have to do it in a really thoughtful, intelligent manner. And I'm convinced that we can do that through technological advances, through advances that come from people who actually work the earth and understand what they're doing and are willing to innovate. I mean, remember, everybody here who is farming today, their ancestors innovated and created this system that didn't exist, brought this whole valley to life. So if they could do it back in the 1900s and innovate and create it, we can innovate our way through this current crisis. And that's really what I think. So.
Here we go.
I'm looking for clarification on your term consumptive use for agriculture in particular. There's a good percent of our water that's returned in a return ditch back to the river or downstream users. So are we taking, you know, basically the fall for all of that percent of use when it's going back downstream to suburbs and communities to use further downstream?
That's an excellent question. No, when I utilize the term consumptive use and when it's used in the context of a Conserve consumptive use program or something like that, that is not the amount that is diverted and applied to a field, is the amount that does not return to the system, right? So and I will tell you, I mean, I think your question touches on something that is really, to me, was bizarre when I really started digging into this. So you'd think it was pretty easy to determine how much water a crop actually consumes and how much returns to the system. Well, it turns out the 4 upper basin states all measure water, consumptive use of water, in different ways. They have 4 different formulas that you can't even create an equation that converts one into the other in an accurate way. So trying to track consumptive use, even in the 4 upper basin states that have a similar interest, is almost impossible. So our district, together with others, are investing in creating a uniform system of actually measuring consumptive use. NASA is leading the charge on something called Open ET, Open Evapotranspiration. So what is that? What's the proper way to measure that? I think there's a gentleman, if I see him here, Perry, is Perry here? Maybe he's not. No, never mind. I thought it was Perry. There's a gentleman out of Colorado State University in their extension office based in the Fruita area who is doing a whole lot of work on measuring consumptive use of our crops in western Colorado so that we have accurate numbers, defensible numbers with real data. And that's one of the things I got to say about the water world is there is an awful lot of data that is not accurate. And if we don't have accurate data, we're never going to figure out how to really balance this river and preserve agriculture. And so we're working on exactly the issue you're identifying. Our state uses a method called the modified Blaney-Criddle, to the extent that that matters to anybody. It has been proven to be off by about 8 to 20%, depending upon your elevation and depending upon your crop type. So we need to have a more accurate measure of consumptive use in order to move forward on this.
Rest now.
So I noticed during hunting season this year that the Forest Service is allowing timber harvests, and the equipment that they have used has gone from rubber-tired equipment to tracked equipment. Are you doing anything to protect the headwaters that start in the forests? The destruction of the ground, they turned so much ground, and now the evaporation, I'm sure, has gone way up.
So forest thinning is a real hot button. Let me just say, some folks, when you talk about, and I meant to talk about this when that slide on water consumption was up, that bar graph that said 99% of the water in the Gunnison Basin is consumed in agriculture. That's of the human consumed water, right? So based on OpenET, it is pretty easy to determine that about 50% of the water in the actual Gunnison Basin is consumed by natural vegetation in our forests and in our riparian corridors in dryland vegetation. So about 50% of that water. So the other 50% is what humans consume in our basin. And some folks think actually that clear cutting forests at certain elevations is the best way to produce water off of those forest lands because the trees won't consume the water. Trees do consume water, let's just be clear about it. There have been a number of studies showing that, that the snow that lands on a tree canopy and evaporates obviously prevents that water from returning to the system. But that same canopy provides shade that causes the snow that's on the ground to melt off slower. Everybody's seen that. Everybody who's ever been near a tree understands that concept. So there are certain aspects of our forests that have changed over the last 120 years of mismanagement by our federal government. They are denser in many of the strata, particularly between about 6,000 and 9,000 feet in elevation. Denser tree stands than were naturally occurring. In certain aspects, primarily north-facing steeper aspects, those areas are shown to not produce as much water as if their timber was actually maintained at the historic level of density. So in those aspects, it makes sense, perhaps, to manage the forest differently in terms of thinning, not clear cutting, but thinning those forests, utilizing those forest products for human consumption, preserving the carbon that's captured in them in building. Other aspects of a slope, for instance, south-facing slopes are less definitive. There's developing science on this. I'm certainly not the expert at all on this or an expert on it. I think that we need to look at that and understand how to manage forests better. But we do, I think, some active forest management in many areas is called for in terms of a better water production if it's done right. There is a problem, as you point out, soil compaction and exposure to the sun that may cause less water to return. It truly depends, again, upon elevation, the direction in which the aspect faces, all sorts of things, the type of vegetation. So unfortunately, it's not a simple answer, but forest management is part of the solution.
My question's on if you have any statistics on how much ag water is now going to subdivisions that have been subdivided in those drainages. And I'm thinking particularly those subdivisions that maybe have 1.5 acre lots where they're planting bluegrass, as Marc alluded to. And I've seen a lot of that this year, so I don't know if you're keeping any statistics on that.
I don't have those statistics, at least not that I can recall out of my brain at the moment, but I think it's really imperative that we quantify that. And specifically, if you look at our two largest valleys that irrigate in the West Slope, and then you look at the Front Range, right? If you look at the West Slope here in Montrose or in the Grand Valley, an awful lot of our what I would call suburban development, those acre and a half lots and such, are irrigated with ditch water, and they're it's hard to control that. There are rights. The water in this project and down the Grand Valley runs with the land, so that's a right of those folks. It would have to be a voluntary reduction in their use of water. So it's something that we need to look at, but I don't have the total amount or percentage of water in those systems. But I can tell you it's growing. I mean, you guys see that here in Montrose. It's certainly growing throughout the West Slope. Front Range, I would just point out, every drop they take through the tunnel, it's 100% consumptive. So what we'd really like to see them do is, if they're going to take it, reuse it and reuse it and reuse it and clean it up. Marc talks about the purple pipes. It's one of the few things that Denver Water and us actually get together on state legislation and on regulations. The Colorado Department of Health and Environment is a bear when it comes to reusing water. I mean, believe it or not, last year big push to let all the pot facilities in Denver use water to irrigate, because there's a growing industrial pot program or growing operations in the Denver metropolitan area. And CDPHE was really worried about the health effects of smoking marijuana that had been watered with reused water. You know, I couldn't quite understand it. I didn't get it. I would love to see them reuse it on their pot plants. So, and let me, this is the funniest thing is, I mean, having lived in Ridgeway for 20 years, shopped in Montrose at the city market, one day bought an Israeli red pepper here in Montrose, out of Israel. So fast forward a few years, and I'm talking to an Israeli irrigation expert, because those are some of the folks I look at and say, if they can do this, we can do it, right? So talking to them, and he says, yeah, you wouldn't believe, because I was giving him a hard time about buying his produce in city market, right? He said, well, just so you know, that water had been reused in toilets at least 15 times before we watered that red pepper. So we're letting them sell it to us, but we're not letting ourselves do it, right? It doesn't make any sense.
Go ahead.
Just real quickly, if you follow the trend lines in the Colorado River Basin, the future doesn't look very good at this point, unless something changes. And when you go through all your brainstorming with all the different entities and stuff, has there ever been any serious consideration of reducing the load of people in the basin? You know, I mean.
Yeah, I hear you. It's this weird thing about America that we like to have individual freedom to be able to move wherever we want to move. And I think most people in this room might object to the government regulation that would be required to prevent your children from living here or your families from moving around and choosing where to live. And so it's a hard fact, and I'm just going to say I'm completely guilty of it. I grew up in Ohio. You'd probably like to tell me to go back to Ohio. I think that's fair. There is a huge problem with population growth. There's no question about it. I think it's hard here in our state watching it grow. I mean, just, you know, looking at the census, for instance, our district is about 500,000 people. We grew at a rate of about 5.2% over the last 10 years, according to the census. The state of Colorado, the northeastern Front Range that depends upon Colorado River water and takes it out, grew at 18% over there, right? And by the way, 18% of 5 million is a lot more than 5.5% of 500,000, right? So again, I'm a lawyer, so my math is fuzzy, but I know that those numbers are nowhere near each other, right? They're talking about hundreds of thousands of people moving to the Front Range over that 10-year period of time, none of whom know that their water actually comes from the Colorado River. I think we're...
I don't know. I kind of like that idea, the people idea. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, is there ever any conversation on the Front Range about limiting their own growth?
Well, I would say yes, and for instance, the city of Lakewood instituted some growth restrictions, said that they're going to limit the growth rate of their residential units to a 1.2% or somewhere around that. And I got to tell you, I'm actually concerned about that, and I'll explain why. Because when a city grows, and it densifies, and then it grows up, right? And you look, that's happened in Denver in the last 25 years. The water use in Denver during the last 25 years has actually gone down. Because even though they've added close to 1 million people in their service area, they're going up, and they're living in condos and apartments, and they use a whole lot less water than when they were all living in single-family homes with a quarter acre or an acre of irrigated grass. And so where there's a city like Lakewood that is trapped in, landlocked by other cities, I'd like to see every lot there be 10 or 15 stories tall to absorb the growth so that they use less water per person. And I would say, you know, I don't want to see 15-story tall buildings in Montrose, but I would say we all have to look at our land use practices to understand how they relate to water use, right? When our local land use authorities approve 1.5-acre lots or 2-acre lots, they are setting us up for perpetual overconsumption of water in the high desert where we live. That is not a smart way to plan our land use. And so along those lines, one of the programs we're working on is bringing in an outfit that specializes in land use planning and water use and providing a program for our local land use authorities on the western slope to start planning urban land use better. So it's a complex issue, but it is important.
I got one more question. So a couple of years ago, I was at one of these forums, and a gentleman, I can't remember his name, but he was talking about our farmland, and his concern was in 60 years, we're pretty much going to, you know, decimate our farm grounds and its fertility ability just based on our farming practices. So pesticides, herbicides, you know, really just allowing these crops and only these crops to grow. Is there any, I guess, research based on like, you know, on like corporate farming compared to say small farming, or, you know, 5-acre parcels versus 9,000-acre parcels? Kind of, is there any of that?
You know, I'm probably not the right person to answer that question. But I would say this: I share the same thoughts that Representative Catlin does on our farms and ranches in western Colorado. Because my job is to cover all of 15 of these counties, I get to drive around the most beautiful part of North America, frankly, and visit with what I think are the best people around. And I'm looking at you know, our farming operations in western Colorado are very, very different than what you see in the Midwest and what you see in California, what you see in Washington and Oregon. These are, by and large, I mean, I will tell you, we hired an economist to look at the impacts of this concept of demand management. And he started with an amazing premise that he dug out and verified, that 95% of our land under tillage is family operated, right? And that is not true in most parts of the United States today. It is large corporate farms. And I think if there's a value that we want to preserve in western Colorado, I would hope it's the family farm. It is something that makes this area distinctly different. And I think the people who farm and ranch our lands here in western Colorado care deeply, because they can see the next generation and the generation after that who want to take care of it. So, you know, are there ways to innovate and care for their land better? Perhaps. Perhaps not. I'm probably not the right one to tell them, right? I mean, and so I am the one to help provide resources so that they can make decisions that are better for their future and how folks farm and ranch. So. Okay.
Anything else? Well, Andy, that was awesome. Give
thank you.
Andy a round of applause. So I was going to tell you that now that you're all depressed, there's donuts out there. I don't know who brought donuts, but you might as well eat. We're going to shuffle around the schedule just so we can keep up a little bit now, and we would like you to go ahead and grab your lunch and maybe come back to your seat and take a few minutes to eat. So Aaron gets a chance, and before I introduce Aaron Clay so we can start water law in a nutshell. So let's go ahead and do that. The lunches are outside, and there's a ton of donuts. Do not make me deliver donuts to everybody in Montrose. Take a donut. It's good for you. And then we'll come back here at about 10, let's say 12:30. At 12:30, come back in. Or we'll be ready to start, I should say. Grab a bite. Oh, good. He's taking care of you. No. Okay, if you'd like to grab your lunch and come back to your table, unless you want to stay till midnight, and I'm okay with that. We have donuts. Huh? What? Had donuts. All right. Well, if I could ask for your attention, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker is a well-known water authority in our area. Many of you already know Aaron, raised in Hotchkiss, graduated from the University of Colorado in 1975, a BA in physics and education, then went to the University of Colorado of Law and graduated in 1979. Practicing law for 30 years in this area. He served as a water referee for the Colorado Water Court Division 4 before retiring to actually enjoy life. Not that you have to work and not enjoy life, but he actually retired, to be completely honest, so he could compete in pickleball. Notable clients, and Aaron is not really actually retired. He still teaches water law in a nutshell to a number of folks, and continues to be a relevant person in the water community, and actually serves on the education committee with me in the Water and Land Committee. So without further ado, let me introduce and pass the mic to Aaron Clay. Welcome.
Thank you, Sue. I'm not very good at standing behind a podium, so I got permission from the videographer to wander around a little bit. That way I can see whether you're chewing properly or not. This morning I went to my every Tuesday morning men's breakfast at my church, and I was dressed like this, and that's unusual for that group. And they said, "Why are you all dressed up?" And I said, "Well, I have 45 minutes in Montrose to tell the crowd everything I know about water law." And my pastor said, "What are you going to do the last 25 minutes?" So now I only have 25 minutes, so this is going to be just perfect. And by the way, I'm appreciative of Andy, and I'm appreciative of the fact that Sue would let Andy continue, because what Andy was telling us was exactly what this seminar is about, exactly what we all needed to hear. So I was really happy to keep that conversation going. But that cut my time a little bit, so as I was thinking, I thought, what are the 4 things I could say that explains Colorado water law? And I came up with 4 phrases, and I'll hit on them as we go through. First in time, first in right. Postponement doctrine. Entitled to the stream as you found it. Maximize beneficial use. Those are the 4 touchstone principles of the prior appropriation doctrine. This doctrine is also called the Colorado Doctrine because Colorado Supreme Court is the entity that made up most of the rules for the Colorado Doctrine or the prior appropriation doctrine. It is built into our Constitution. Article 16, Section 6 of the state Constitution, which was adopted in 1876, of course, has a couple of provisions that say the right to appropriate the unappropriated water of the state of Colorado shall never be denied. 4 little words, shall never be denied. Pretty important statement, isn't it? You, as a citizen of the state of Colorado, have the right to go appropriate water from the stream. But there's a little modifier, because the next sentence says, subject to the right of prior appropriators. So that's the first in time, first in right idea, that if someone else beats you to the stream, you can still go appropriate water from the stream and move it and use it, but they get the first right of use. First in time, first in right is not a new concept. It came from mining law. Most of the earlier settlers of Colorado in the 1850 time frame were prospectors. And when they needed water, they understood about mining law, when whoever got to the claim first had the first right of taking all the gold out of that claim. So that's where prior appropriation comes from. First in time, first in right. The word appropriation comes from the idea that in Colorado, and in fact most of the West, The arable land, the good cultivatable land, is not down by the river. The good cultivatable land is up on a bench in this area or in eastern Colorado, 2 or 3 miles over. And so you have to move the water from the stream over to the farm. And that's called appropriation. When you take water from a stream and move it somewhere else and use it, that's an appropriation. So our doctrine is called prior appropriation. In Colorado, we almost require you to remove water from the stream to acquire a water right. The right to keep water in the stream and use it is a fairly new right. It was not created until 1972. It's also a very limited right. Private individuals do not have the right to make an in-stream flow appropriation. Only the Colorado Water Conservation Board has the right to make an in-stream flow appropriation. You are required to somehow control and divert the water before you can get a water right in Colorado. In the prior appropriation system, there are 2 overriding public doctrines. One is that all users are entitled to the stream as they found it. So even someone who begins to use water from a stream in 2021 is entitled to the stream regime as it was when they came to the stream. Now, there might be 50 people who have senior water rights to them, but those 50 people are not entitled to take more water than they are allocated from the system to the detriment of a junior. That's what we mean by finding the stream as you found it. This gives us a lot of certainty in the system, which is really important for economics, isn't it? The more certainty you have, the more you will invest based on what your outcome might be. And so we want to build certainty in the system. This is one of the ways that we do that. And one of the rules that comes out of this principle that you are entitled to stream as you found it is something called the non-injury rule. One of the principles of the prior appropriation system is that when you have a water right, you can change that water right. You might need to change a point of diversion or a place of use or a type of use. And you can make those changes and still keep your priority, which is critical. Because if you made a change and every time you made the change you lost your priority, that wouldn't be a good economic thing. So you can keep your priority, but you can only do that if you don't injure anyone else on the stream because they're entitled to the stream as they found it. And the second principle, primarily doctrine for the prior appropriation system, is that we want to maximize the beneficial use of water in Colorado. We want to maximize beneficial use. Why is that? Because if you don't have any water, you have no economy, right? So we want to make sure that everybody has a chance to use the water, but that they only use as much as they need. That's called the duty of water concept. So if you're a farmer, you don't get to open the head gate and flood your fields as much as possible. The court's going to limit you to the amount that's necessary to do that field. In this area around Montrose, the duty of water for irrigation is 1 CFS, cubic foot per second, to 40 acres. Some places, depending on this kind of soil, might be a little more or a little less than that, but in general, there's a duty of water. There is a duty of water if you are a stockman, you're raising cattle. You have a feedlot, there's a duty of water, so much water per cow, so much water per chicken. There's always a duty of water attached because if you take too much water, that means there's less water available in the system for someone else. We're not maximizing the beneficial use. The other thing that the concept of maximizing beneficial use leads to is a real prohibition against wasting of water. Marc Catlin was making a joke about watering the sidewalks. That is absolutely prohibited in the prior appropriation system. Not a beneficial use of water, a waste of water, and to the extent that that water is going to evaporate off that sidewalk, it's not available to someone else who is going to make some economically beneficial use of that water. What kind of beneficial uses do we allow in Colorado? Well, only as many as some creative lawyer can come up with. You know all the common ones about irrigation and stock water and recreation and hydropower. Those are all the common ones. But did you know that there's such a thing as an acoustic beneficial use? Never heard that before, did you? I get a lot of blank stares to that one. This came from a case in Snowmass where a rich person built a house on Snowmass Creek. I know he was rich because he built a house on Snowmass Creek. And he wanted to hear Snowmass Creek, the sound of Snowmass Creek going by. He went to his lawyer, who probably was someone in Glenwood Springs, and said, I want to file on Snowmass Creek. And the lawyer said, no, you can't do that because you're not the Water Conservation Board. You don't get an in-stream flow water right. And he said, well, but I sure like to hear that water. And so what they did was they rigged up a system where they would divert the water, that's an appropriation, in a pipe out of Snowmass Creek. They ran it through the walls of the house, zigzag back and forth, back into Snowmass Creek. What's a consumptive use? Zero, non-consumptive use. But as it's going through the walls of the house, it's making a nice little gurgling sound. Sounds like Snowmass Creek going right through the walls of the house. He got about a 1992 priority for an acoustic water right. Makes sense, right? It's a beneficial use. He liked to hear the water, and he had diverted the water. The question there was, what is the duty of water? What is the duty of water for that particular system? It's unique. We know what a chicken needs. We know what a horse needs. We know what a 1 acre of bluegrass needs. We don't know how much is appropriate for acoustic. He was smart. He got an acoustic engineer to say he needs so many CFS to make this decibels in the house, which is the appropriate level for that. Isn't that cool? So the beneficial uses are limited only by your imagination. So that's prior appropriation. So we know first in time, first in right. But it is human nature not to trust your neighbor, right? Is that a wise thing? Yes, it's a wise thing. Human nature, there's a reason that we don't trust our neighbors is because they're not trustworthy. And so when we established the right of prior appropriation in 1776 and in 1882 in a Supreme Court case, one of the things we discovered was that people would try to scam the system and cheat the system. And they would claim that they had more water appropriated or an earlier priority date than they really had. So we had to have some way to adjudicate that or to decide whether people were being truthful with their claim. There's a couple of ways to do that. In Utah and in Wyoming and some other states, they use what's called a permit system, where the state engineer issues a permit for a certain amount of water for a certain use. And that's done through an administrative process. So if there's a dispute between two farmers over how much they irrigated and when they began to irrigate, there would be an administrative law judge or someone in the state engineer's office that would decide that dispute and issue the permit. In Colorado, we decided not to do a permit system. Instead, we use judges to decide that. And the process is a specific lawsuit called an adjudication. So in this valley, when the diggers of the Sealy Canal and the owners of the Laussenheitzer Canal and whoever was using water through the Garnet Mesa Canal could not agree on who got first priority by first in time, first in right, they sued each other. They went to court in Montrose, and in a process called adjudication, they resolved that, and the judge said, okay, here's how much water the Laussenheitzer ditch gets, and here's their priority. And here's how much the Sealy Canal gets, and here's their priority. And here's how much the Garnet Canal gets, and here's their priority. And so we knew who was first, second, and third in line by a judge's order. That's called a decree or decreed water right. Wonderful system. It's called an adjudication. That system lasted from 1889 to 1969. We had adjudications all over the state of Colorado, thousands of them. It got to be that they were pretty cumbersome. You would have an adjudication, you might have 300 or 400 different claimants in one case, and it might take 10 years to process that case. And so in 1969, we changed the system, and now instead of having adjudication of an entire stream like the lower part of the Uncompahgre, now we have a system of water courts. There are 7 courts scattered around the state based on the drainages, and each of those courts has a water judge who is specially trained in how to do a water case, has a water referee that handles most of the cases for the judge. Most water cases are pretty routine, and the referee just signs a ruling which becomes a decree after 21 days. And you have a special clerk because the process in a water case is a lot different from a civil or criminal case. We have and so we have those 7 cases, 7 courts all over the state. Now when you want to establish a water right, it's the same principles, but you just file one case at a time instead of an entire adjudication. And then the court considers your case by its own merits instead of having to compare 300 or 400 different competing water rights. It has cleaned up the system. To encourage people to get into court, when we were doing the adjudication process starting in 1889, we had to have a way, because we wanted to have certainty. Once the court entered that decree, we didn't want to know what our priority was. Who's number 1? Who's number 7? Where am I on that list? We wanted some certainty. So to encourage people to get into the adjudication, we made up a rule called the postponement doctrine. And what the postponement doctrine says is that if you have a water right, and if you fail to get into the original adjudication, but you come into the next adjudication, called the first supplemental adjudication, we'll still give you a water right, but we're going to make you junior to everybody who bothered to come into the first adjudication. So if we had 112 people in the first adjudication, and even though your date of appropriation would have been senior to some of those in that first adjudication, but for some reason you didn't make it into court, we'll give you a priority, but it's going to be junior to everything in that first adjudication. And the way we note that is we give you a number. So priority number 1 is the most senior water right on the creek. Priority A1 might be the same as priority 113 because there were 112 people that bothered to come into the first adjudication. Postponement doctrine is really critical. What that means is that when you're trying to find the priority of a water right, you first look to the date of the adjudication. And then within that adjudication, you look to the date of appropriation. Very important. You could have an 1880 water right, but it did not get adjudicated until 1960. Its priority is 1960 and not 1880. Okay? That's because of the postponement doctrine. Well, in 1969, when we set up this new system with the water courts, we kept the postponement doctrine. We wanted people to come in and get their water right adjudicated so we knew where they were in the system. We kept the postponement doctrine, but then we made every calendar year a separate adjudication for that postponement doctrine purpose. So any case that's filed in 2021 is junior to anything that was filed previous to that. But it will be senior to those cases that are filed in 2022 by the postponement doctrine. Once again, if you know the date of the adjudication, so a 1985 case is going to be senior to everything filed after 1985. What happens then? We have a water right that someone has begun to use. They went into court in an adjudication process or through the water court and got a decree. What do they have? They have a property right in Colorado, and it's like other property rights. If you own a car or a horse or a piece of land, what can you do with that? You can use it. You can transfer it. You can mortgage it. All those things you can do with the water right also. And importantly, under the prior appropriation system, unless there is a contract with someone that ties the water to the land, it is not tied to the land. You can sever that water right from the land and transfer it to someone else to be used somewhere else. That's also part of maximizing beneficial use. Because if I'm going out of business, say I'm a mining person, I've got an old mining water right, but my mine's going out of business. If I simply had to give up that water right, I've lost some of the beneficial use, some of the economic value of it. Instead of giving that water right up, I can transfer it to someone else, and they can change the use, as long as they're not injuring anyone, and keep that priority date. That's why senior water rights are valuable, because someone else could buy that senior water right, move it somewhere else, use it for a different purpose, and so long as they don't injure anyone else, keep that seniority. Really important concept that you can sever that from the land. Now, someone earlier today said that the water users, Uncompahgre Valley water users' water is tied to the land and cannot be severed. That's really important to understand. That is true. But it's not because of the prior appropriation doctrine. It's because of a contract that the water users had with the federal government when the federal government spent all the money to dig the Gunnison Tunnel and to dig all the canals and later on to build Taylor Reservoir. Those contracts have a clause that says, because we, the federal government, don't want people to speculate in subsidized water, we're going to keep that water tied to the land. We want it to go for agricultural, not some other purpose. So the good news for this valley, where the Uncompahgre Valley water users provides most of the water, is that those speculators who would like to come and buy up farmland so that they will have water to provide when the compact call comes someday, are not going to be able to get anything from this valley because that water is tied to the land. And I should put a little caveat in there. They won't be able to get anything from this valley without congressional approval, because that's a contract with the federal government that ties it to the land. And as you know, contracts with the federal government change from time to time. So that is a possibility that if the federal government decided to change the rules, that could happen. But at least right now, that's the rule. How do we enforce the decree? We have a decreed water right, and there's still a dispute between neighbors. Believe it or not, just having an adjudicated water right does not mean there's not going to be neighbor dispute. How do we enforce that? Jason Ullmann is going to tell you all that. I don't have time, so we'll skip that. I'll just tell you that it's something called calling the stream, and Jason's going to tell you about that. I need to tell you about the calling rights, though. There are certain calling rights because they are senior calling rights and they're located at the bottom of the stream that you need to understand, you need to know about. What we call the calling right on the upper Colorado River is the Shoshone Power Plant. You probably all know about that. If you drive up Glenwood Canyon, you'll see the Shoshone Power Plant right below I-70 there. That has a 1907 priority for 1,250 CFS. Really important water right, because what's upstream of that? Most of that 600,000 acre feet of water that goes trans-basin is upstream of Shoshone Power Plant. So if the power plant's operating and calling for that 1,250 CFS, it protects all of those down Colorado River users and keeps that water flowing. On the Gunnison River, the Redlands Power Canal is a calling right. 650 CFS year-round because it's a power generation, 1912 priority. What's upstream of the Gunnison River that's junior to 1912? Same thing. All the upper Gunnison River folks, Blue Mesa Reservoir, the Aspinall unit, all junior to 1912. So before we can fill Blue Mesa Reservoir, we have to make sure that we have enough water delivered at the Redlands Power Canal at Grand Junction. It is junior to the Uncompahgre project, though. So that's a good thing. And then the calling right on the Uncompahgre River is the Montrose and Delta Canal. M&D Canal, 306 CFS, decreed in 1890, a very senior water right. So that's what those folks in Uray County have to contend with, is when the water users, the M&D Canal is owned by the water users, when the water users are not getting all that water that they need into the M&D Canal, they place a call at the head gate of the M&D Canal, and anybody in Uray County that is junior to 1890 could be called out. Now, as a practical matter, what happens is they don't call out everybody up there. The water commissioner, and Jason's going to explain this in better detail, will cut people off in reverse order of priority. So when the M&D goes on call, the most junior water user in Uray County is going to get shut off. And then the next most junior, and the next most junior, until there's enough water to satisfy the requirement at the M&D Canal. And Jason will tell you all about that in a few minutes. When you want to change a water right, one of the property rights that you have that's unique to water rights is that you can change it. You can change its point of diversion or its type of use or its place of use, and you have to go through the water court to do that. And what you're showing the judge when you're in the water court is you're not injuring anybody else because they're entitled to the stream as they found it. How do you show lack of injury? Well, one way is that you show the court what your consumptive use is. There's that term again. Consumptive use is the difference between what you diverted from the stream and what got back to the stream. Some of what goes back to the stream goes through the tail ditch, and you can see that. Some of what goes back to the stream goes through the groundwater table. When you flood irrigate a field, a lot of that goes down into the water table, and eventually it's going to get back to the stream. those returns are not consumptive use. Consumptive use is what the plant uses to make plant cell and to evapotranspirate water into the environment. So when you go to court to make a change case, one of the first things you're going to do is show the judge what your historic consumptive use of that water right is. And the reason is that that water was always gone from the system. So removing it from the system and taking it somewhere else and using it over there is no injury to anyone. They never had access to that water anyway. Historic consumptive use is the first way. The second way that you show lack of injury to other people is you bring some new water to the table. That's called a plan for augmentation. You find a reservoir somewhere that has water that they're stored, and they will release it to meet your requirements. So if you are, for example, in the Upper Gunnison Basin, somewhere around Almont, and you want to build a house up there, and you got a lot of groundwater under you, which is true in that area, not true in most places in Colorado, but around Almont, you could punch a well and get a lot of water. Before you can get a well permit for that, you have to have an augmentation plan. The beautiful thing is that the Upper Gunnison Water Conservancy District has bought a lake up there, Meridian Lake, and they will sell you shares for an augmentation plan, and then you just take that to the water court or to the state engineer's office, and you say no injury because I'm going to replace that water out of Meridian Lake. Whatever I'm going to take out of my well, I'll just put back into the Slate River out of Meridian Lake, and no injury. That's how you. That's called a plan for augmentation. Most of the water rights in Colorado are not held by individuals. Most of them are held by corporations. Most of those corporations are nonprofits, and we call them mutual ditch companies. Most of the water rights in Colorado are owned by mutual ditch companies. These are special entities in Colorado that have one mission, and that is to deliver water to their members. So if you're a member of the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, if you're a member of the Pioneer Ditch Company, if you're a member of the, somebody here from Crawford, what's your ditch? The Needle Rock Ditch Company, those are mutual ditch companies. And what that means is that they own the decree out of Smith Fork Creek, and their mission is to deliver the water out of Smith Fork Creek to their shareholders in proportion to the ownership of the entity, the ownership of the mutual ditch company by the shareholders. And so that ditch company might have a 10 CFS decree, and you own 1/100th of that 10 CFS. That entitles you to a 10th of a CFS delivered to your head gate. You pay an assessment every year to pay the ditch rider and the operation and maintenance expenses. You have an annual meeting where you elect the board of directors, and then you fight about things, right? That's what annual meetings are good for. And the ditch company itself then is the distribution entity, like the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users is a distribution entity. Finally, I'm going to close with the major problem that we see, especially with new folks coming into Western Colorado. And that is the fact that every ditch has an easement that goes with it. I'll say that again. Every ditch out there that you see has an easement that goes with it. An easement is a legal concept that says you have the right to use someone else's property. So in this case, the ditch company, or if you own a private water right, the ditch owner has the right to use the other property that the ditch crosses without permission of the property owner. It's called an easement. The problem is that these easements in Colorado are usually not recorded. They're what we call implied easements, meaning that they just arise by operation of law because the ditch is there. And so they're not recorded, and so people moving in are not on notice that there's that easement there until they see the backhoe out there cleaning the ditch sometime in March. And they say, what's that backhoe doing in my backyard? And the answer is they're exercising their easement rights to clean and operate that ditch. These easements are limited easements. They're only for the operation, maintenance, and repair of the ditch. And so if you see somebody back there shooting pheasants in February, that's probably a violation of the easement, probably. Actually, my favorite illustration is the complaint that I used to get when I was a practicing lawyer is people would call and say, you know, I don't mind that they go through at 5:30 in the morning to clean the ditch or to go to the head gate, but their dog is on the back of the four-wheeler, Their dog barks, wakes my dog up, wakes my wife up, and then she's grouchy all day. And so that's what they were upset about. And I said, I got good news for you. Having that dog on a four-wheeler is a violation of their easement, unless a dog is carrying a shovel, at which point he might be necessary for the use of that easement. It's a limited easement. But the other problem with it is that there's no definition to its width. The statute says that the easement has a width that's sufficient for the use of the ditch. What the heck does that mean? That means what's reasonably necessary. So it could be if you have a little 1 foot wide ditch that you're cleaning with a shovel, it might be 3 feet on either side of that ditch. If you have a 3 foot wide ditch that you're cleaning with a track hoe, it might be 15 feet on either side of the ditch. And it might vary from place to place on the same ditch, because if you have a ditch that's flat like this floor, it might need a 20-foot easement. Then you get on a side hill, it might need a 50-foot easement to keep it from falling off the hill. That's where we have the problems, is neighbor problems of people wanting to use someone else's ditch. I'm sorry, want to have a conflict with where the ditch is and how to use it. The other thing you need to understand is that part of that easement right for the ditch is the right not to have obstructions in the ditch. Culverts, believe it or not, are an obstruction. And so before you put a culvert in someone else's ditch, you have to have one of two things according to the Colorado Supreme Court, either their permission or a court order in advance. It doesn't work to drop the culvert in and then say, okay, sue me, because what will happen is the court will tell you, no, then you remove the culvert and you pay their attorney's fees for having trespassed on their easement right. And I just did it in 25 minutes.
You should get an award for that, don't you think? Water law in 25 minutes. Does anybody have any questions for Aaron? Okay.
You had said about the government being able to come in and kind of change these contracts at will. With kind of everything we've discussed this morning, what's the likelihood of that happening?
The question is, we're specifically talking about the Uncompahgre water users and their contract with the federal government that ties that water to the land. Well, it's a two-part contract. I mean, it's a two-person contract, so the government would have to negotiate with the water users to make it work. You can't just cancel a contract. You have to, but there could be incentives for the water users to do that. You know, we throw a bunch of money turns. There's a saying, by the way, that water flows downhill, except when there's money, then water will flow uphill toward money. So they could throw money at it. The drought could be the pinch pin that says, look, we need to have that water in the Uncompahgre Valley available for downstream uses, and we deem those to be higher and better uses, and so we're going to change the rules. Governments change the rules all the time. The likelihood of that is anybody's guess, but it's certainly a possibility. Any other questions? Okay, either I told them too much or not enough, because there's no questions.
They're still trying to figure out how to fight with their neighbor better, so. All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you, Aaron. Give him another round of applause. I think it's amazing that somebody can have that level of knowledge and give it to us in 25 minutes. So, but moving on, and I hope lunch was okay. You look like you're okay. Good. Okay. Our next speaker, Jason Ullmann, which Aaron alluded to, is going to answer all your questions, evidently. So I hope you're prepared for that. Recently appointed as the Deputy State Engineer. He's worked for the Division of Water Resources since 2010. And he was just recently appointed, as I said, the deputy. So we're proud of him. He's used to work for the city, used to be the city engineer for 3 years, but now he is ensconced in the state. He supports all the scientists, the technicians, and engineers that actually form dam safety, hydrography, well metering, and water information teams. So without any further discussion, please help me welcome Jason Ullmann to answer all our questions.
That's kind of a high bar to set for me to answer all their water questions. Good afternoon, I guess. Thank you for coming. I do think that one of the things that I am passionate about and like to do is education, because I think that the more that people know about water rights, water law, just like Marc Catlin talked about this morning, the better we are, not only in Western Colorado, but all over the state. So one of the things that I want to tell you about today, my title of my talk is Whose Water Is It? And Aaron didn't actually use the word because I thought he was going to use this word that I learned from Aaron when I went to his class in 2010 when I first started at the state. And it's usufructuary. And usufructuary is a word that means use without ownership. And that's important because Colorado water is owned by all of you. Whether you have a water right in a ditch or you don't, it's a public resource. It's dedicated to the public use to be appropriated using the prior appropriation system. So when people say, well, we should make water a public trust or a public resource, well, Colorado already has. It's already in a public trust that's managed through the prior appropriation system. And so Aaron did a really good job of explaining, I'm going to move around here more too, did a really good job of explaining the water law aspect and the how you get a decree, what you can do with your water. I'm going to explain then, like Aaron said, just because there's laws on the books that say you have to, appropriate water by the priority system, somebody has to enforce it, because human nature is people will try to cheat, right? People are going to try to take water at nighttime. They still do it even with the Division of Water Resources, but somebody's there to stop them if there's complaint. So first, I think it's important to explain a little bit about the entity that I work for. So I am a state of Colorado employee. The Division of Water Resources is a state agency. We are within the Colorado Department of Natural Resources, along with these other entities like Parks and Wildlife, Reclamation and Mine Safety, State Land Board, and the others you see there. The two important ones I want to point out here are us, Division of Water Resources, and the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Because what I find with people that don't live and breathe this every day is that it's confusing, because there's a lot of entities that deal with water, right? Well, the Water Conservation Board is also a state entity. They have a board that manages them, that's the name, but they are the policy entity that deals with water in the state of Colorado. The Division of Water Resources, we are an administrative agency, a regulatory agency. We manage the priority system and the water coming in and out of the streams. So to do that, these are all of the statutory responsibilities that we have been given. So one of those things is water administration, and when Sue asked me for the title of my talk, I said Water Administration 101, and she said, can we come up with something better than that? Because people are like, well, what does water administration mean? Which you're going to learn, but so that's the big one. That's kind of the overarching thing we do, and you're going to learn about that. Water administration generally refers to managing the calls that Aaron was talking about. Dam safety, so we have a dam safety program that has generally a dam safety engineer in each river basin that inspects high hazard dams on an annual basis and makes sure that those dams are safe. And if there is a condition that is unsafe at one of those dams, they can issue a order for reduction in storage if that's appropriate, or a breach order, or an order to fix whatever is wrong with the dam so that the public living below that dam is safe. We also are the entity that permits groundwater wells throughout the state of Colorado. And the state of Colorado, I'm biased, I am a native, I grew up here, is been at the forefront of connecting surface water and groundwater. We were one of the first states that recognized that, if you pump water out of the ground, especially if it's an alluvial aquifer that's connected to the river, that's going to deplete the river and cause the river flow to be less. Some states, it took them decades longer to implement statutes that recognize that connection. The other thing that we are in charge of is, we're going to talk, Andy talked a lot about the Colorado River Compact. We have many other compacts with surrounding states, and our agency is the one that has to ensure that we meet our compact obligations. Hydrographic program, that is the program that measures the streams. Who here goes to the websites to look at flows in streams for fishing, for agriculture, for anybody? Okay, so there's a lot of people that have used either the USGS or the state has a system where we also publish stream flows in real time, and we have staff that go out and measure the streams to make sure those gauges stay accurate. And then public information services, as you're going to see at the very end of my presentation, we have a lot of information you can get online about your water rights, about what's in the stream, and otherwise. And then there's a bunch of things we do that we can approve. We can't adjudicate a water right, but there are administrative approvals that the Division of Water Resources does that help make our system continue to function. And then this point that I want to make here is that unlike some state agencies, our agency has maintained stable staffing at about 250 people for many, many years. But one of the points of my presentation is the increasing complexity that you've heard from Andy and maybe even from Aaron is causing that to be stressed, a little bit, because the more data we take in, the more complex decrees that get decreed, the harder it is for our water commissioners that, they haven't gained water commissioners to do a more difficult task. So here is and because I'm an engineer, we had 2 attorneys, so I'm gonna have maybe a few more graphs, especially more than Aaron, but I love maps, so I just want to make sure everybody understands that, one of the wise things that was done in that 1969 Water Rights Determination Act was to split the state up into 7 divisions. And here you see the river basins in the state. So you have the South Platte and the Republican. The Republican is a river that runs out into Kansas, Arkansas, Rio Grande, the Gunnison, and then you have all these streams here that flow eventually into the San Juan and Dolores rivers, the Yampa, the North Platte, and the main stem of the Colorado. So with the exception of the Gunnison, our entity, the Division of Water Resources, is split into 7 divisions. The division you're sitting in, which is Division 4, actually includes the Gunnison River Basin, the San Miguel River Basin, and the Lower Dolores. It's the only one that includes multiple streams that leave the state in different locations. And Bob Herford is here, he's the division engineer for Water Division 4 today, so he's in charge of managing the water commissioners and staff that deal with water in this area. So we have an office in each river basin so that the public and people that need to deal with us can not have to go to Denver. And then we have an office of the state engineer in Denver, which is technically where my office is, but thankfully, because COVID happened, they're letting me do this new job from Montrose. So I'm technically the first West Slope deputy state engineer. So, and happy to not have to be in Denver all the time. Thank you. So then further splitting the state up, now you see you pull out all these divisions, we split the state up into water districts, and that happened a long time ago. So if you read old decrees, they'll say in old Water District 40, or, well, those districts are, a commissioner will generally be the water commissioner for District 40, for instance, which is a district in the Gunnison Basin, or District 41, which is the district we're sitting in right now as the Lower Uncompahgre. And that was done just to effectuate better management and be able to split up responsibilities for water commissioners. And I'm not going to go through this because we've got short time and I want to leave, but just generally so that you know, there's a number of statutes that we operate under. I mean, we are kind of like, the water police, for lack of a better term. I mean, we're basically enforcing the Colorado's water laws. These are the water laws we are enforcing. And if you want to go to sleep at night, you can grab a statute book or look it up online and start reading these. They're very exciting. So why is we've already heard from Andy about why this is Colorado water is such a big issue here on the western slope in the Colorado River Basin. But the bigger picture even is that Colorado actually is the headwaters state for all of these states. So, and this is an old number, but 13.7 million acre feet of water originate in Colorado. 60% of it leave the state, 40% of it is used within Colorado. So that's why, you know, we end up in lawsuits with some of these surrounding states, because some of the water, or a lot of the water that goes into those states in these rivers like the Arkansas and the South Platte, it originates here in Colorado. And thus the reason why we are party to 9 compacts between Colorado and the surrounding states. One of them is the Colorado River Compact, but we have compacts on all the other streams that leave the state as well. And they're written a little bit differently. The Colorado one is unique. All of them have just a little bit different requirements. Some of them are a depletion obligation, some are non-depletion obligation. Some of them are a percentage that needs to be left in the river. But suffice it to say, it's complicated to try to make sure we meet all of those compact obligations. We have 3 U.S. Supreme Court cases that we also are trying to manage, and those Supreme Court cases were related to compacts. Those are on the eastern slope with the Arkansas and South Platte rivers. Kansas likes to sue the state of Colorado. And so we have some stuff I'll talk about later that has resulted from those lawsuits. 2 agreements and 1 U.S. treaty with the Republic of Mexico. And that treaty, like was mentioned earlier, covers the Rio Grande, Tijuana, and Colorado rivers, all 3. And so we talked a lot about these numbers with Marc Catlin, talked about the amount of water going to the Front Range, but this is a graphical representation that some of you may have seen. It's called a snake diagram, and the width of the line indicates the relative amount of water in the river at those locations. So you'll see that the Colorado River by far is the largest. It has 4.5 million acre feet leaving the state average on an annual basis. And the Gunnison is part of that. The Gunnison joins the Colorado in Grand Junction before it leaves the state. But then you'll see these smaller amounts. The Arkansas is 164,000 and the South Platte at 400,000. But I mean, these numbers here are most recent from the 2020 census. So close to 5.2 million people live on the Front Range. That does include the Rio Grande. Technically that flows to the Gulf of Mexico. But most of it is within the Colorado Springs to Fort Collins urban corridor. And the irrigated acres on the Front Range is 2,500,000 acre feet. On the west slope, we have just over 600,000 people and 900 and so thousand acre feet of irrigation. So, but we have 80% of the water here, and we have like 10% of the population. So therein lies the problem. Therein lies the reason why 345,000 acre feet goes to the South Platte in the Colorado Big Thompson project and in the Moffett Tunnel. 132,000 acre feet, this is mostly in the Frying Pan, Arkansas project, goes to the Arkansas River, gets restored in Pueblo Reservoir, and then there's these tiny amounts that actually go across the divide into the Rio Grande. But, and I apologize, this is a little busy, but I'm gonna make a quick point with this here, is that the issue is this shows that same snake diagram, but it shows a dry year and a wet year. So the dark blue is a wet year. The light blue is a dry year. So you see, even in a dry year, and I think Marc Catlin alluded to this, we're still allowing water to leave the state here. And we have to, because there's a compact obligation, right? But if you look at the South Platte and the Arkansas, even more of indication of this. There is not much water that leaves the state. That's the reason we end up in lawsuits with the state of Kansas, because it is used for all that irrigation and for the municipalities like Colorado Springs, Pueblo, and in a dry year, there just isn't much water that leaves the state. And that's why it's really complicated for our agency to manage these compacts and keep us in compliance. And then Marc also alluded to this number, but I'm going to explain it just a little bit more. So agriculture, 89%, that's consumptive use. So what is consumptive use? That's what the crops use. So it could be that number is higher because of the reuse. So it gets put on a crop, the return flow goes back to the stream, it gets taken out again, put on a crop, and so the consumptive use over those many uses of the water is where you get to the 89%. It's not 89% of diversions, it's 89% of consumptive use. So I think we can go through this quickly, but a decree is what Aaron was alluding to that you get through the water court. And it has a name, so your water right would have a name, a location, an adjudication and appropriation date, amounts, and uses. And these decrees, can look differently based on what time frame they were adjudicated. So this is one of the earliest decrees in the Uncompahgre Valley, handwritten in the 1800s, still valid, that's still there, it's still the senior water right, that's still what our water commissioner is going to go look at if they really need to delve into the priorities on the stream. Even though we have it in the database, the decree is the controlling factor. What does the decree say? And then a newer decree for what is an augmentation plan, which we're going to talk about later. But that is, these are generally what you would get. And then that water right, that decree, can be transferred on a deed to somebody new. Okay, and that's how water rights get transferred, is by deed. They don't actually change the name of, so the Grand Mesa Water Users Association was the applicant in this case. Changing the, when that water right changes hands in the deed, it doesn't change this name. And that's very confusing to people because they think, well, it should change. If you get a well permit, you actually have to go back to the state and fill out a change of ownership form so we know who to deal with on the well permit. But there are no requirements in statute for people to tell us when water rights have changed hands. And partly because it's complex. Some of these water rights now are split into 50 pieces, right? Because they've been split into 50 different shareholders. So another complicating factor that has grown up over the many decades since Colorado started using the priority system is the number of types of water rights. So there's all kinds of beneficial uses, as Aaron explained. It's almost limited to what the attorneys can come up with and can get through the court without us telling them that's not a beneficial use, but which Bob gets to do in the Division 4 Water Court at times. But so the original water rights that, when the state first started adjudicating, you could get a surface water right. That's generally ditches and springs, storage water rights, reservoirs, ponds, underground water rights. That's for groundwater wells. But we have these unique types of water right for the state of Colorado. One of them is a federal reserve water right. So those are for forest lands, BLM lands, any kind of federal lands that were created can get a federal reserve right. When the government created the reservation of the land for the forest, there was an implied reservation of some of the water there. A recreational in-channel diversion is an even newer right than the next one I'm going to talk about. That is a right that is limited to generally municipalities and governmental agencies that want to preserve the ability to have a, if you're here in Montrose, we have a water park here. Because of the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association and the constant delivery of water in the Uncompahgre River, they did not have to get a recreational in-channel diversion right because the water's there just by virtue of the operation of the project. But many entities or municipalities like Gunnison feel the need to get a recreational in-channel diversion right to preserve the economic activity that comes from people coming there to boat on their system or of structures they put in the river. And they have to have structures in the river for that and define, like Aaron was talking about, the duty of water. What is the minimum amount necessary to create a reasonable recreational experience on the river? And then you have a minimum in-stream flow water right. That's to preserve the environment to a reasonable degree. It can only be obtained by the Colorado Water Conservation Board. And then we're going to talk a little more about these other ones here, but suffice it to say, Aaron said told us we could change your water right. You can do that. Exchanges are another complicating factor. We have a number of them in Water Division 4. And then augmentation plans to allow you to, what happens when you come into the system and the system is completely over appropriated, right? So the stream doesn't have any other capacity for more water to be taken out, but you want to build a house. You bought a piece of property and you want to build a house and you want to drill a well so that you can actually have water in your house. Well, it would be a takings to say, well, you can't, there's just no way that you can even use that property. So the way that you can do that and comply with state water law is obtain an augmentation plan, which means you're going to provide replacement water to replace the water you're taking when the senior water right isn't getting enough water to satisfy its demand. And so this is just a quick one. So we get this question a lot. Who knows what water rights I own? Well, if you own a water right, you probably need to know what you own, because we can't necessarily tell you. We could tell you who was the applicant, but like I said, there's no requirement for those applicants to come back when they change hands and sell the water right or the property that it went with, who it sold to. So you need to, if you want to know, you need to look at deeds, you need to do a title search. We can try to help you out with that question, but we can't answer it definitively. Okay, so now some pretty pictures here of what actually happens when we administer the stream. So in 1879, the legislature created the position of the water commissioner. So it's one of the oldest government jobs in Colorado. And that was created to distribute the water, prevent people from stealing people's water when they weren't in priority, and manage or administer the Colorado Doctrine. And this is another slide with a bunch of statutes on it, just to show you that, yes, these are all the laws that we are enforcing that allow us to do this administration, but I won't bore you by reading them. So what happens with day-to-day administration? So setting a call on the stream is done based upon supply and demand. So the water commissioner is going to look at when the call comes in, say the M&D Canal, the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, comes into our office and says, we want to place a call, we're not getting enough natural flow at our Montrose and Delta Canal head gate, we want to place a call. So the water commissioner will look at how much water is in the stream based upon some of those stream flow gauges that we talked about earlier, and decide kind of where that priority might fall, because he knows then what last time he was out at all the ditches above that canal, how much they were all taking. So he's going to look at how much they were all taking, look at how much is in the stream. He's going to start with where he thinks he needs to curtail water rights to, and curtailment is going out and shutting water rights that are out of priority off. But first they're going to make sure that the diversions are being made at that ditch for its decreed uses without waste. They need to ensure that the diversions are measured, because if we can't measure it, it's kind of hard to go upstream and shut people off. And then when they ask you, well, why are you shutting me off? How much do they have at the calling right? Well, we don't know. There's not a measuring device. So that's why we require measuring devices. They're going to then also look at delivery of augmentation and other water that needs to be delivered when the call is on. So if people have augmentation plans that allow them to continue to pump their wells, for instance, where does that water need to be released from? And for instance, in the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservation District's augmentation plan has water from a few different sources, but they would determine how much the Upper Gunnison needs to release to satisfy those, to satisfy the stream so that those people can continue to pump. And then they would also be assuring that any other decree conditions in the augmentation plans are complied with. So I want to show this just as a demonstration of the complexity of administration in a small area. This is the North Fork of the Gunnison River here. So Delta is here. The North Fork goes up to Hotchkiss and then to Paonia. Grand Mesa is up here. So this is a map just showing some streams. So let's add all of the surface water rights. So that's springs and ditches only. So now we'll add the reservoirs and ponds water rights. Now we add groundwater diversions and other types of water rights structures. That's a lot of structures to manage for people. We have 6 water commissioners. Well, actually, if you include the Grand Mesa, we have 10 water commissioners that manage all of those water rights and water rights further to the east here that I didn't show because you can't zoom in out too far or it just becomes a blur of pink. So it is not an easy thing. The water commissioners, it takes them many years to learn their system, to learn the water rights on their system, the relative priorities. And so we're very grateful to have very competent and passionate people as water commissioners that go out and administer water. And then another thing is in-stream flow water rights. So this is a zoomed out of all of Division 4. You can see Division 4 boundary here. These are all the in-stream flow water rights that also, if they have a measuring location to measure, could place a call on the river or have to be at least accounted for when the water commissioners are thinking about how to administer the stream. So not an easy task. And then you add another wrinkle into this situation, and that's substitute water supply plans. So because there's situations where people may need to get an emergency approval to take water during a call, like if the municipality is going to be out of water because it's a really dry year, and their priorities are out of priority, well, they can get an emergency substitute water supply plan that is administratively approved through processes that were passed through the legislature by the state engineer's office. So the state engineer will submit their plan to a notification list. People that are on that notification list can say, I think this is bad, it's going to injure me, and then they have to deal with it. Or if nobody objects, then we can approve it, and they can do this for a 1-year period, usually limited to a 1-year period. And you can get these that are associated with, maybe you're applying for an augmentation plan, but it's going to take a while to get that through the court. The court process, as Aaron knows, if you have objectors, can be many years to get your decree. And augmentation plans typically have more objectors than just straight up, I want a water right to irrigate my field with a very junior priority. So, a call, what does it mean? Free river means that the supply in the river is enough to supply everybody that's needs water. So we're not hearing from anybody that's saying, we want you to administer the river and get me my water. That's a free river condition. That's when that Article 16 of the Constitution that says the right to divert or to appropriate unappropriated waters shall never be denied. That's when you can take water out of the stream and take it out without a decree. And people are like surprised when you tell them that, but you can still, in some areas of the state where the call's not on, which includes some areas of Division 4, you can take water. You can throw a pump in the stream and pump. But when the call comes on and there's not enough water to satisfy everybody, you're the first person that the water commissioner is going to toss their pump out of the creek. The call is a term that has been developed over the years to recognize the demand for water by a user. And then the call is not effective unless the state engineer's office or the Division of Water Resources decides that it's a valid call. So we talked about all those criteria that the water commissioners look at when they're deciding whether they're going to administer a call. If those criteria are all satisfied, then we would call it a valid call and we would go out and administer it and curtail people to bring water down. First things curtailed is undecreed uses. Next thing would be anything maybe without measuring devices. Then you're going down the priority list and seeing where you get to. And this is, as you might imagine, not the water commissioner is sometimes not the most popular person when this happens, particularly if it happens on an infrequent basis. If it happens every year, people kind of get used to it. But in areas where it goes on every 5 years, every 10 years, you have a lot of people that move into the area, and the water commissioner goes out to tell them, I need to shut your water off, and I'm going to post your headgate and say, by order of the state engineer's office, you can't take water anymore. And they don't take kindly to that. So they need a little explanation that, sorry, you moved from Illinois where there's a lot of water, and here in Colorado, there's not enough water for everybody sometimes, and you're out of priority. Well, nobody told me that when I bought my property. Well, you should have probably did your homework a little bit further. So how does a commissioner set the call? Like I said, I've already kind of went over this. This is a picture of, actually, I think this is the Clear Fork Ditch, which is up in the, above Paonia Reservoir on Muddy Creek, takes water to Division 5. It gets shut off in the middle of the summer, usually every year, because it goes out of priority. And this is the water commissioner and actually Bob Herford shutting that head gate down. And I think because we're kind of running out of time here, well, I've got a little bit of time. I think we've already covered most of this though. So, and then water administration can also look like this. This is our water commissioner, former water commissioner in the Gunnison area at a pump, posting a notice on a pump that says you cannot pump because you're out of priority. So this, why do we require head gates and measuring devices? And sometimes this is a contentious issue because measuring devices and head gates can cost money to put in, right? But if you put yourself in our position as the regulator, as the people that are going out and shutting off somebody's economic activity by shutting off their ditch, you would want to have some certainty that the person that's calling the water has a measuring device. You know exactly that what they're taking, and if they are actually taking less or there's less available than they have a decree for, so that then you at least feel like, okay, they are in the right to come and curtail my head gate. Whereas if there is no head gate and measuring device that we can't lock, then the water commissioner's stuck with shoveling dirt into your ditch, putting plastic in your ditch. And as I've already mentioned, we have some districts that have one water commissioner covering 400 structures. They don't have the time to shovel in everybody's ditch when the call comes on. They need to be able to shut it down, put a lock on it. If you are an untrustworthy actor, if you're trustworthy and you've proven that you're not going to change the setting that the water commissioner sets, he sets it and tells you with a note on your head gate that you can take up to a certain amount on your measuring flume, and you don't violate that, then he'll let you do that. He's not going to lock it. The first time you violate that and he comes out and finds that you've opened your head gate full and taken water, he's probably going to lock your head gate off because he doesn't want to have to keep going out there to make sure that you're not stealing somebody else's water. So these are the statutes that pertain to our ability to require head gates and measuring devices. So who's been on Uncompahgre Road where it crosses the Uncompahgre River? If you have, you've probably passed this and maybe not even noticed it. But this is our stream gauge there. This is a Yagi antenna that communicates with the NOAA GOES satellite system. And we have a radar gauge that is hung off of this bridge that tells us in real time what is here. And that's really important for this valley because that is downstream of the South Canal. And we have another gauge above the South Canal, so we know how much water the Uncompahgre Valley water users are delivering to the Uncompahgre River, which gives us how much they can take out from the Gunnison Tunnel diversions and from the Uncompahgre natural flow, and helps us to manage the call on the Uncompahgre River. Most ditches have a structure called a flume. The Parshall measuring flume, and I'm from Colorado State University. Ralph Parshall was a professor many years. He developed this flume, so I'm biased, but this is the flume we typically require on ditches. It has a defined relationship between the stage of water or the depth of water in that flume and the amount of water flowing in the flume, and you measure it with this staff gauge here. So the water commissioner or the water user would go out and say, there's 1/4 of a foot in this flume. That 1/4 of a foot means that there's 3 CFS. Okay, they have a water right for 3 CFS. they're good to go. I don't need to shut them down. If their water rights for 1 and the call's on, he's going to shut it down till that flume reads 1, if that's the decision that they've made. So here's a even more like personal or detailed example, and I'm going to go through it real quickly. This is the Grand Mesa. These are all the different basins on the Grand Mesa. So there's a number of basins that have a bunch of reservoirs. If you've ever been up there and fished, it's great fishing. If you go when there's not as many mosquitoes. But this system has 2 big ditches called the Granby Ditch and the Big Ditch that allow them to exchange water from the far west side of the mesa all the way over to the farms over here. So even though this water would typically naturally flow down Doe Spoon Creek or Oak Creek or Dirty George Creek, they can put it in the Granby Ditch, bring it to Ward Creek, exchange it up to the Big Ditch, and then deliver it down here. In order to do that, the water commissioner starts here at the head gate or the outlet of the reservoir. They're going to go release the amount of water that the Water Users Association asks them to release to deliver, to make their orders. They also have to calculate how much water is coming in naturally, because usually the call's on by the time that people want to use the reservoir water. So the reservoirs are junior because they were generally built after the ditches were constructed. So the water that is coming into this reservoir above here has to go through it because that's due to the senior ditch rights. So they calculate that, they add that to the amount of water that's ordered. They go down to this flume below the reservoir, make sure that the amount that they've said they were going to release when they crank that gate open is the amount that's going through the flume. Then the water commissioner down below, which this is at the Big Ditch. This is the head gate on Ward Creek for the Big Ditch. They will make sure that the amount that's supposed to go into the Big Ditch is going in, and there's a measuring flume downstream, that's the measuring flume for the Big Ditch there. And then they're going to post downstream from that, where they're delivering the water ultimately to, this notice that says what is going into that ditch. So there's 10.36 CFS of a number 8. There's 0.6 CFS of number 9. These are priorities. 1.5 of priority 42, 3 of priority 22, and 3 of priority 23. The total amount in the ditch there is 21.71. That means that the amount that should be reading on their flume is 0.94 feet. And then they stick that, and I've had people, maybe this goes to Marc Catlin's saying that people don't really understand how it works. Well, where do you post that? Where do you record it? Under a rock. So they sometimes put it in a plastic baggie and then put it under a rock so that it stays, but so that when they come out to the ditch, they can see what it's there. They don't send it to them in a text, or, I mean, that's getting to be somewhat common, but usually they still use this paper method. And then sometimes this isn't happening at the most opportune times. In fact, on the Grand Mesa, it's often that is occurring at 2 in the morning. So the day before, they will make out their ditch sheets here the evening before, and then they'll go out at 2 in the morning and post the head gates and get them set to where they need to be for whatever reservoir water is coming down the river. So I'm almost through, and then we can get to some questions. But so the other, some other complicating factors that we deal with is people are allowed to do ag-to-ag loans. So if the statute allows you to do that by approval from the state engineer's office. So if you have an ag right and you want to loan it to somebody and you can prove to the state engineer's office that you're not going to injure anybody in the process, you can actually get approval for an ag-to-ag loan. In the Arkansas Valley, because of the really tightly administered, the way it's tightly administered to comply with the compact and otherwise, they actually have irrigation improvement rules. So here, if you want to put in a sprinkler system or a drip system, you can do it. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to file an application with our office. In the Arkansas Valley, you actually have to file an application under Rule 8 and 10 of the Arkansas River Compact rules that were signed after one of those Supreme Court cases. In-stream flow loans. So if you want to loan your water right to an in-stream flow, And the Water Trust typically is the entity. It's a market-driven, donation-driven foundation that will pay for water rights to be given or put into the in-stream flow loan. Because most of those in-stream flow rights, like Aaron said, that program was developed in 1972, really didn't get going until the mid-70s, so they're pretty junior water rights. So if there's people that want to preserve or increase the flows in the stream, you can do an in-stream flow loan. We also approve interruptible water supply agreements. And then in Division 3, which is the Rio Grande, a recent complicating factor there is that the aquifer in the Rio Grande Valley is been crashing because of the same thing is happening that you saw all those graphs Andy showed you on the Colorado River. The same drought conditions have happened in the Rio Grande, and the pumping didn't stop until recently. And so the aquifer levels have just plummeted. And so the state engineer's office has put this valley on notice that they have to come up with a sustainable way to keep the aquifer sustainable, to protect people from injury, right? So they have these sub-districts that have been created. It's a local control thing where they can buy people's, or pay people to not irrigate so that they're not pumping more water out of the aquifer to try to bring that aquifer level up. And in 2019, when they actually got a fairly good snowpack, it looked like it was working. And then 2020 and 2021, it's just continued to plummet. So there are some time frames that aquifer has to become sustainable by before the state will curtail some of those pumping rights without the sub-districts approval. So changes of water rights are a complex thing. And a water right can be transferred to another use, like Aaron said. It retains its senior priority. But in the case where an irrigation water right is transferred to, say, a industrial use, what happens is, and this is just a good demonstration of what Aaron was saying about the return flows. So if you have 200 cubic feet per second in the river above this canal diversion, and historically it's been used to irrigate this field. 100 CFS was applied historically to this field. So 100 CFS was left below that canal, right? So somebody comes in and wants to change it. Well, the decree for that canal was maybe 150 CFS. So they're not taking their full decree. But what happens when they apply that 100 CFS to the crop, 60 CFS is consumed by the corn, we'll say here. 40 CFS, or 40%, goes back to the river. So below wherever that return flow comes back, all of the water that goes through the ground, all the water that comes out of the tail ditch, gets back to the river. You have 140 CFS in the river. So 60 was consumed and taken out of the system. That 60 is the only amount you can change. You cannot change the amount that was returning to the system because, as Aaron said, you have to leave the river as you found it, or you're entitled to the river as you found it. So if there was another canal down below here that was used to this 140 CFS, that's got to stay that way. So these are complicating factors in some of these court cases where they apply for changes. So you have this river flow 200, they diverted 100, the river below it was 100, and then out of that 100, 60 of it was used and 40 of it was return flows. There's the amount that they can take and change to an industrial use, to a municipal use, to be used as a conserved water that's going to be sent downstream for some other purpose, or for an in-stream flow right, possibly. But that return flow cannot be changed. And so here's we just talked about it, but this is the change of use example. So now you take it, that 40 CFS returns to the river, 60 CFS goes to this factory, and you still maintain 140 CFS in the river. That's a very simplified version because this involves attorneys in court cases determining what the historical consumptive use calculation was. And as Andy said, there is Penman-Monteith, there's modified Blaney-Criddle, there's ASCE standard method, and now there's this open ET. There's all kinds of ways you can calculate what a crop uses, and they don't all come out with the same number. Sometimes it's beneficial for the state of Colorado, to use certain methods versus others, but so those things get submitted in these court applications, argued over and stipulated to, and then you end up with a court case that says they can take so much. So Aaron covered that because we're done, and then I just have some pictures of our valley here. I know there's a lot of people from outside of the valley, but this is a map of the Uncompahgre Valley. And so the M&D Canal, which we've talked about, a number of us have talked about here as the calling right, is above town near Kelowna. But these 7 main canals are what irrigate and make this valley what it is today. You see that it doesn't look very green on the west side of the M&D Canal, does it? And so this whole management system and the priority system to manage the water rights and the Uncompahgre Valley water users that we've built up has made the environment that we live in today. So lastly, I told you I'd show you some things that where you can go to find information. So if you search for Colorado Decision Support Systems, it will take you to this very pretty webpage with the maroon bells on it that has the links to all kinds of data that our agency produces in doing our job. And so you can see that you can access the stations, which is Streamflows. You can access climate stations, which we actually don't manage, but you can access a list of administrative calls. Where is the call at on your section of river? You can look at all the dam safety information we have. You can look at structure information, which would be if you have a ditch and you want to know what water rights are in that ditch, or maybe you just bought a piece of property and you know you've got a share of a certain ditch and you want to learn a little bit more about it, you can go on here and click on that structures page. And I know it's small, but this maybe makes you excited to go home and try it. But you can type in what ditch you're looking for, the name, hopefully you know the name, and Division of Water Resources can help you with that. But then you click on the name and you will see a map of where it's located, point of diversion. You can select, diversion records, water rights, measuring points, what irrigated lands are under it, and what documents do we have that are scanned and in our system. So that's the decrees, the applications, the map and filing statements, all that stuff is here. And then for diversions, this is kind of a cool, you can go in and graph and see how much has that ditch taken over the years. And sometimes there's multiple uses, and this ditch does have multiple uses in it. So it's got storage water. This is the Montrose and Delta Canal. So some of this, this is natural Uncompahgre flow. Then you've got storage water from Ridgeway. You've got storage water from the Gunnison. You've got Gunnison natural flow. So that's why there's different colors. If it's a simple one-to-one irrigation, if it's a simple irrigation ditch, taking water from the stream for irrigation, it'd just be one color. But there's a lot of information you can go access without even coming into our office. And last, this is a quote from 1890 that's on the wall in Bob's office from the state engineer, J.P. Maxwell. He who expects the letter of the law in relation to irrigation to be executed with the perfection of clockwork and that infallible results will be obtained has a small conception of the tangled web of difficulties in the way and a meager knowledge of the uncertainties of the element to be manipulated. It was the same back then. It's gotten more complex today with all of the different, spreadsheet accounting tools and models, groundwater models. But the same thing, we're managing a natural system to a certain extent, right? So, but I'll take some questions now if hopefully there's time for questions. What's that? Sure. So the question from Aaron Clay is, can I explain a feudal call? And a feudal call is if the water commissioner, if somebody places a call for water and the water commissioner goes and looks at the stream, and there's nothing that he can provide to actually bring wet water down to that calling structure, that would be what we would call a feudal call. And he would have to tell that water user that there's really nothing we can do. There's also, you know, a feudal diversion. Say you have a diversion above the calling structure, that the discontinuance or curtailment of that structure would bring nothing down. Say it's a small spring, and if you were to curtail and turn that back to the river, it would just dry up. Well, our charge, one of them, like Aaron said, is maximize the beneficial use of water. If we shut that person off and turn it back to the river and it never makes it to the calling right, that's not maximizing the beneficial use of water, correct? So that would be a feudal call as well. Does that answer the question?
No, let me take this one.
Thank you. I noticed on the map that you had about the canals in the Montrose area, we have a canal about a block from us, and I can't pronounce the name. The next one, before that, right there, the Loutsen.
The Lotzenheiser Canal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That goes just, you know, half a block from our house there. And it just ends. Where does it end? Does it go back underground and come back? Is that water reused that's not irrigated?
Are you near the end of the canal then, where it?
We're right smack in the middle of it, I would say.
Because it does, I mean, it does, you know, once all the use has happened, it does then end here near the Lotzenheiser Arroyo.
Right. Does that just end, or does it flow into something else?
Well, it would flow into the arroyo, and then they'd pick up whatever's coming out.
Okay.
So if you've ever irrigated, or you've ever been near like fields that are irrigated, you notice that the flows change a lot, because somebody that's irrigating a very large field, they turn their flood irrigation set on in the morning, say, and they let it run. Well, when they turn that on, there's not return flows getting back to the stream, because it's stoking into the ground, hasn't got to the end of the field yet. But when it gets to the end of the field, that water then starts to run back into the system. So now you see the system go up. So, you know, if that's coming back into the Lotzenheiser Canal or something else, it would cause that to fluctuate.
Yeah, I guess, you know, we're at Niagara Avenue pretty much. And that always seems to be constant with a good flow during the summer.
Yeah, and that's because they're delivering. I actually used to live out there in English Gardens 4, which is near the Lotzenheiser Canal. And it's kind of in the middle of the system right here.
Right.
So a lot of that water is continuing downstream to be delivered to other folks.
Okay, so it just doesn't dry out at the end, I guess that's my...
Yeah, no, it doesn't typically just dry out. And if it did dry out, that's when they're going to hear from that last takeout. That last takeout on the stream, the manager of the water users is going to hear, there's no water at the end. You need to put some more water in the canal because I don't have anything to take.
What happens when, you were kind of talking earlier about the reservoirs kind of getting lower and lower and lower? What happens if they continue to get lower and lower and lower?
And I assume you're specifically talking about the, I mean, if you don't have any water, so let me step back a second. So those reservoirs have water rights of their own. And so if we have a average snowpack and they can fill under their priority because there's not a call, then hopefully they fill up. If the snowpack year is really bad again and they can't get much water in during the filling season, which is typically from November 1st to April 1st, then they have less water to use. And this has happened recently up in the Grand Mesa area. This valley is blessed. I mean, if you're here in this valley, because there's a senior water right at the Gunnison Tunnel that they can bring 1,000 CFS to the valley here. They have water in Ridgeway Reservoir. So if you have water with the Uncompahgre Valley water users, even in a dry year, you're probably going to get some water. But in areas where you're on tributaries that are completely dependent upon snowmelt every year, I mean, we're dependent on snowmelt too, but there's bigger buckets and things that can help us here in the Uncompahgre Valley. On the Surface Creek Valley, in 2018, when it was the driest year that they'd ever had, or at least in recent memory, then the reservoirs were depleted to 8% capacity at the end of the summer. So at that point, if you're an orchardist, you are praying for snow to fill your reservoir the next year, because that's how they get through the end of the summer. The beginning of the summer, they irrigate with the direct flow rights because the spring runoff is bringing enough water down the creek that they can divert water and use it. In the end of the summer, they need that storage. So if they don't get that storage, if that storage doesn't refill, that's a problem. And that's the concern, you know, specifically, I guess we were talking about Blue Mesa earlier, is at its lowest level that it's been since it was constructed. The optimistic view on that one is that the basin that fills Blue Mesa Reservoir is huge. And in an average year, it will produce nearly 1 million acre-feet of water. It will refill if we just can get an average snowpack year. If we continue to have below average snowpack years, like, you know, hopefully it's not going to continue as nice and warm. The weather's beautiful, but we need some snow. Hopefully we get that average snowpack or better. If we don't, then it will continue to, it'll go up a little bit and then drop back below in the fall. I don't know if I ramblingly answered your question. It does. It makes it more stressful for our commissioners because they have to shut more people off and they can't deliver the same amount of storage water, and it impacts people's economic, you know, the value of their crop. If they can't irrigate their orchard, if your orchard dies, that's a like 10-year investment. So yeah, it does. It would have a very big economic impact.
For a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I see people getting restless, and I have one more speaker, and so I just want to give Jason a round of applause for his. I don't know about you, I'm just glad there's a water engineer, because there's no way I could. No. I mean, what an awful job really to have to mitigate the arguments. And you know, if you've lived here long enough, you know that someone's using water that they shouldn't be using, and there's always something to argue about. So I'm gonna. Would you cue this one? Can you grab it for me? Okay, thank you. So yeah, this might be cruel and unusual that I make the speaker that has traveled the farthest speak last. Which is probably not fair, but when we were talking about topics for this summit, it was suggested to me that we find out if we could find someone who could talk about why the Anasazis left. You know, I mean, when we talk about drought, we have this very short vision about drought. It's only, you know, in our lifetime, but you know, there's a bigger picture here, and so I was lucky enough to find our David Meko, who is actually a research professor in the laboratory of tree ring research in the University of Arizona. And what I particularly liked about when he read the research paper, and one of his research partners actually lives in Buena Vista, which I thought was interesting too. I felt like it was kismet, like this was meant to be. But understanding the natural variability of the hydroclimate was sort of what attracted me to this, and how there have been hotter times. And this is in no way to deny any of what's going on now, but I think it's always important to put things in perspective. And so for me, when I found this research paper, I was just tickled to death that we were able to get him here. So he and his research team have been awarded a Climate Science Paper Award by the California Department of Water Resources for their work extending the record of the Colorado River flow before the medieval period. Ongoing projects include studies of long-term variability of stream flow in the Truckee-Carson Basin in the United States, and in the Yenisei Basin in Russia? Yenisei Basin in Russia. So give David Meko, for waiting all day long to speak, a round of applause. And I don't want to diss Jason. I think I did not know a lot of that. So I don't know how many of you didn't know a lot of that either, but what's cool about being a county commissioner is that you get to continually learn stuff. So with that, here's David Meko. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm glad that everybody's attending here and that you're hanging in into the afternoon. And first, I want to thank Sue Hansen for inviting me up here. First chance to give a talk that's not on Zoom, actually in live in about 2 years. Today I'll be talking about the tree ring view of Colorado River drought. And I'd like to start off with acknowledging, my longtime collaborator, Connie Woodhouse, University of Arizona, and an MS student, Annabelle Winitsky, who's been working with us just lately on a new paper on Colorado River drought that'll come out sometime in 2022. So I've got an objective today that's pretty, I guess it's pretty condensed or concise, that I'd like to talk about the current drought and what I think Andy referred to as the Millennial Drought. Sometimes people call it the ongoing drought. What exactly is that in terms of the instrumental record? And then a very brief tree ring background to get you in gear for understanding that next step, which will be to put this current drought in context using tree ring data. How do we do that? How do we use tree ring data to extract this information on drought and reconstruct stream flow? And then a few closing remarks about relevance of this information to the future. So, the current drought. Andy showed some clippings from newspapers, and so I thought I would show a couple too. These are from the New York Times, March 19th, 2019, a couple years ago, talking about a 19-year drought. So when we talk about this drought, it's a long drought. It's a multi-decade drought. And as in 2019, it was a 19-year drought, and this drought caused the states to consider making some voluntary changes to their water use. Then in 2021, just a few months ago, the drought had continued, and it had forced the Bureau of Reclamation to put announce a shortage called a Tier 1 shortage on the river. So it's a continuing drought. And you've all seen these images from the newspapers and from 60 Minutes and elsewhere about Lake Mead. Hoover Dam built in the Depression era, and then Lake Mead started filling about 1935, and it was a dry period in the 30s and actually into the 70s, so Lake Mead didn't really reach its peak up at the top of this bathtub ring until 1983, when it was at a level of 1229 feet. So Lake Mead was full then, and it's pretty much on and off been dropping since then. Until this September, it was down at 1067 feet, and which is probably about 10 feet lower than this. So there are these critical levels on Lake Mead to think about. We've already reached the 1075, so this happened in August, and that's when the Bureau of Reclamation announced a Tier 1 shortage. The next step would be the Tier 1025 feet. If it would drop another 50 feet, be a Tier 2 shortage, and this would start affecting the cities, the supply of water, to, say, the Central Arizona Project to Tucson. So this would have bigger effect. Then if it would happen to drop another 75 feet down to 950 feet, there would be no more hydropower generated by Lake Mead. And then if it happened to drop maybe another 50 feet, it's called dead storage, and it's down below the lowest intake. So these are the dire possibilities in the long term that could happen to Lake Mead, and why everyone has become so concerned about that. So the Lake Mead water levels, though, they don't reflect natural climate totally. So Lake Mead is responding to natural climate variability and also to river management. With tree rings, we're looking at the natural part of drought variability. And to get at that, you want to look at the river flows, in particular, the natural flows at Lee's Ferry, which is the compact point. Andy Mueller talked about this. The compact point where the water has been allocated, has been measured to be allocated between the 4 upper basin states and the 3 lower basin states. Here's where excuse me, there's a record kept of natural flows, and this is the gauged flow. Natural flow happens to be the gauged flow that's been adjusted to remove the effects of man. Oh, thank you. So a natural flow, the gauged flow that's been affected to remove the effects of man, which means reservoir operations and say reservoir evaporation that's due to the reservoirs themselves and the reservoir areas. So measured at Lee's Ferry is where the natural flow record exists, and this goes back to 1906. These flows, these corrected flows, reflect climate variation in the upper basin, how much runoff is coming from the upper basin. And this is the gauge at Lee's Ferry. It's 15 miles downstream from Glen Canyon Dam. There was no gauge there actually till 1921, so they had to estimate the flows there for earlier years from gauges elsewhere up the river. And to get back to 1906, and then from then on, the Bureau has constantly updated this natural flow series, and it's the critical time series for looking at the conditions, the conditions in the Colorado River. So, what's the current drought? The current drought is defined by these annual flows, as it's been characterized in the media and elsewhere, is a low multi-year average of these natural flows at Lee's Ferry. So here's a plot that shows the annual time series. This is the flow and percent of normal in the year. These are water years. Goes back to 1906. And if you look at this plot, you can kind of see a general downward trend, but it's not that strong looking, actually. Looks like a U shape up to from the beginning to the early 1980s, then it starts trending down. And what I highlighted in yellow here is what's called the 22-year drought, the ongoing drought. It started in 2000, the year 2000, with a drop from 2009, from 1999 to 2000. Whoops. From 1999 to 2000, it dropped to this level. And then from then on, this is a 22-year period. This is the period that people call the ongoing drought. And to characterize that more, you can take a 22-year running mean of this series and look at that plot and see what that looks like. And it looks like this. So this is the average of the flows for the 22-year period ending somewhere around 1926. This is the average as percentage of long-term normal flow for the 22 years ending in this water year, September 30th, 2021. And you can see that it's 83.2% of normal. And you can also see that it's a long-term, it's the record, as far as the natural flow record goes, there's no lower 22-year mean. So the way they've defined the drought as a 22-year period, it is indeed the lowest period in the gauged record. The question then with tree ring data that we could try to answer is this current drought, as we've defined it, there are a lot of different ways to define a drought, but as we've defined this 22-year average, is this current drought as it's been defined also unprecedented on the longer time frame of centuries to millennia? And this is what we can use tree ring data to look at. So the first thing, I'll give you a brief primer on tree rings. This will be very brief, but to get you kind of in gear for assessing how we use this data for reconstruction of drought. The same factors that affect stream flow, that cause low stream flow, cause low tree growth in trees in the Colorado Basin. If it's the correct species and they're sampled properly, low precipitation, high evapotranspiration is going to cause low flow at the gauge. It's also going to cause low soil moisture in the root zone of the trees. And if these are arid site trees, they're going to have lower growth in those droughts. And if you look at the time series, if you look at say a picture of a cross-section of the trees, of the rings, you'll see this. You could find a dry period and look at the rings, and you'll find that those are narrow, and in a wet period, the rings are wide. So it's not a complicated, sophisticated relationship. It's kind of very simple to understand, but it does work. In arid site, for arid site conifers, we get the low growth during the drought years, high growth during the wet years. This is stream flow reconstruction, but the trees that we sample for this are not from this, they're not rooted in the stream. They're trees that are growing in the mountains. So we're kind of treating these trees like they're rain gauges up there. We're trying to gauge the moisture that's coming in available to the river. And to do that, we try to find trees that are in drought-stressed locations, usually rocky slopes. In the southwest, we will look at south slopes and southwest sloping aspects, and with a thin soil cover. We don't want competition from other trees, so we try to find trees that are spaced out, because if there's a neighboring tree right next to it that dies, this is going to affect the moisture that's available to that tree, so we want it to be not affected so much by competition. And we don't want disturbance. So when we go out looking for these trees, for example, we don't sample a tree that's down below a highway that was built 50 years ago, because that's going to affect the runoff to that tree's roots and its growth. Typically, we use what's called a Swedish increment borer to get our samples. We go out and take cores out of the tree. It's about a width of a smaller diameter than a pencil. And we core not just one tree, we core maybe 10 or 20 at a site. So this is a tree ring collection from a site here, one site, from living trees. To extend the records back, most of these trees, even some of the oldest lived conifers in the Colorado River Basin, maybe 700, 800 years is a very old Douglas fir. So to get back beyond that, if we want to get to the medieval period, we've got to use remnant wood. And this is my colleague Chris Basin taking a saw cut from a Douglas fir here at Harmon Canyon. It's a spur canyon of 9 Mile Canyon, which I guess about 200 miles to the northwest of here. This was lying on the ground and had not decayed. It was lying there for 700 years after it died, preserved in this dry environment, in this particular environment. And the inner ring on this went back to 323 BC. So we can get some old wood from these remnant collections. A reconstruction uses a combination of samples from living trees and remnant wood. So that's one site. When we do a tree ring reconstruction, we collect a network of sites. And this map gives you a picture of 4 different tree ring networks that have been collected over the years. Edwin Shulman in 1945, for example, here with these red, Chuck Stockton and Jacoby, 1976, Connie Woodhouse collection in 2006, and then the collection that I did with Connie in 2007. So there's a lot of overlap in these networks, because there are some sites that everybody visits each time because they're long and they have a great climate signal. There are other sites that there are only a few sites with very old remnant wood. So for example, this network that goes back to a reconstruction to 762 is kind of a sparser network, the Meko network here in blue. So it depends what the objective is. If you need to go way, way back to medieval period, there are not going to be as many trees available for the network. So how do you convert those, the network of tree ring sites into an estimate of streamflow? That's statistical question, which I won't get into, but I'll just show this diagram. And you're taking these records from multiple tree ring sites that might have remnant wood and living trees. You need to have an observed streamflow series, like the Lee's Ferry natural flow record. You put those together. The magic in it is the statistical calibration, so there's a lot of statistical modeling here to derive a relationship between the flow series and the tree ring series. You get a reconstruction model, which is basically an equation. It might be a regression equation. And you plug in the long-term tree ring data into that equation, and this gives you this time series, the extended time series. So this is how it's done statistically. Even before we had computers and modern statistical methods, though, tree rings were used in the Colorado River Basin. And the pioneer here on the Colorado was Edmund Schulman, who was a researcher at our tree ring lab. Here he is at Monarch Pass, 1941, with his tree ring borer. His work was spurred by who else but California. It was actually the Los Angeles Bureau of Power and Light, which was interested in the 1930s. They noticed there were drier conditions coming after the 20s. So they were worried about both power supply and water supply, even that early. And here's Edmund Schulman with a group of officials from California Bureau of Power and Light here in Flagstaff. And here's Schulman at his primitive measuring machine. The measuring machines, we still use these types of stages. They look a lot better now, and they're connected to computers. He didn't have computers back then, but he was able painstakingly to come up with an index of Colorado River flows, even back then. And he published a monograph in 1945 here, Tree Ring Hydrology of the Colorado River Basin. And this monograph, in this monograph, his main finding was, he pointed out that in the late 1500s, there was a drought. He hypothesized, without statistics, he was seeing this in the curves. There was a drought that was much more severe than what was going on at the time he was doing his work in the 1930s and 40s. So it was a caution even back then that there can be more severe droughts on the Colorado River than you might see in the flow record. 30 years later, then after Schulman's monograph, Chuck Stockton, who was at the tree ring lab, a professor, published this classic with Gordon Jacoby, this classic report, the Lake Powell Research Bulletin. And in that, they used modern statistical methods for the first time to generate a quantified reconstruction of annual flows at Lee's Ferry, the first one. And in that, they concluded from this the general picture of a collision between water demand and supply in the upper Colorado River Basin in the not too distant future is all too apparent. Stockton and Jacoby. So not too distant. I mean, we're maybe 40 years later than that now, but it definitely came true, this prediction. And this is a plot derived from the Stockton reconstruction, and it summarizes the main features that he found. This was sorry about the metric units, a billion cubic meters instead of million acre feet, But anyway, this is the long-term mean here. These are wetter and these are drier. The blue is wet, the red is dry. And as you can see, this was the extreme, and he verified, statistically, he verified what Ullmann had found 30 years earlier, this drought of the late 1500s, which I've labeled here the Ullmann drought. The other feature that Chuck Stockton identified that definitely raised alarm bells is that the wettest period, this might be a 20-year running mean, the wettest period happened to peak right around the 1920s when they drew up the contract to allocate Colorado River flows. And so this was solid evidence that, this is bad timing to make your plans on this period of time. So he not only came up with that, but as part of his report, he said that they've overestimated the amount of available water by a few million acre feet in the Colorado River. Well, since that time, there have been other reconstructions done, and but as of 1995, Chuck Stockton's was still the main one that's being used, and that 1500s drought was the framework for a special issue of Water Resources Bulletin on severe sustained drought, managing the Colorado River in times of water storage, of water shortage. So this investigated, well, what would we do if a drought such as the worst drought in the tree ring record, which was that 1500s drought, recurred, something like it recurred, and there were a series of papers in this volume that addressed that in 1995 with a reconstruction that ended, I think Stockton's ended at 1961. Come to now to present, to future actually, 2022, there'll be an update of this volume put out by Water Resources Bulletin, which morphed into the Journal of the American Water Resources Association. They're going to put a volume out, and likely not by the end of this year, but in 2022, that includes newer tree ring information. And there's a paper in here, Tree Ring Perspectives on the Colorado River, looking back and moving forward, that I'm involved in here with Connie Woodhouse and Annabelle Winitsky. So that'll be coming out. So what about the tree ring context for the current drought? I should get to that now. So I've given you this tree ring background. Well, actually, in 2007, when I came out with a paper with Connie and several other co-authors of the medieval drought in the upper Colorado River Basin. This was that reconstruction that went back to 762 that used the remnant wood. We actually did look at the current drought back then, but this was current in 2004. And remember, those of you in the Montrose Basin, 2002 was a killer year of drought. So attention had been drawn to drought conditions even as early as 2002. 2001 were dry. 2002 was a killer, and it continued. And that's kind of what spurred this effort for this paper here. So we looked at the current drought as of then, using that reconstruction. We generated this reconstruction, went back to 762. Here are the annual values, and it extends the observed record by a factor of 10. So we get to look at conditions way, way back with this. And this is important because, the gauged record is a snapshot. It tells you some part of the variability, but it doesn't tell you all of it. So there could be longer scale variability. There could also be short epochs with very severe droughts in them. And this reconstruction lets us look at that. So to summarize that and to look at what was the current drought in context, we took a smooth version of that reconstruction. So we smoothed this with a 25-year running average. and we plotted that running average at the ending year of the 25 years. This is the reconstruction. This is the percent of long-term mean, so this is normal at 100%. This is the observed record here at Lee's Ferry in this magenta. So if you take a line back from the lowest point, and it's, as of 2007, the current drought, the worst drought in the 20th century on a 25-year span was not the period ending in 2004. It ended in the 1970s. That was the driest period then. And if we took that back, so here's the low, somewhere in the 60s or 70s, and you drag that back, we see this severe drought that was much worse in the medieval period in the late 1100s. We also see a worse drought in the late 1200s. So this was these two droughts were more severe than any that had been observed, and this was our conclusion at the time, that the tree ring record shows there were worse droughts in the past than the current drought. You know, but the current, current is a relative term. So now we have 17 additional years of observed flows. So does that unmatched severity, does that same conclusion hold about the severity of drought? So the two ways that I can show you some plots that look at this. The question can be addressed if you take the updated natural flows. We have natural flows at Lee's Ferry through water year 2021, right? We have measurements there now, not ending at 2004 or 5, but at 2021. And we have two reconstructions that we can look at. One is that reconstruction I just showed that goes back to 762. I also did another reconstruction with Connie Woodhouse in 2018 for the California Department of Water Resources, using different statistical method, slightly different way of analyzing the tree ring data, slightly different mix of the tree ring data. So we have two long reconstructions that go back to the medieval period, and we have this observed flows back to 1906 through and going through 2021. We can smooth those and in the same way as the last plot, see what that says about the current drought and its long-term severity. Is the observed mean for 2000 through 2021, is that lower than any reconstructed 22-year mean in the two existing reconstructions that go back to the medieval period? So just to refresh the memory, this is that plot I showed before. This is the observed record, okay, 22-year mean. All-time low, 83.2% reached in this water year. This is the reconstruction that went back to 782 that was published in 2007. If we drag that 83.2% back, it shows that this was more severe than any drought in the past. So this is what was behind the statement that you hear about this being a millennial drought. That assessment is based on this reconstruction from 2007. And indeed, that shows it as an unprecedented severity on a 22-year basis. But what about, yeah?
Considering that we didn't have reservoirs back then, today's drought is still considering like Powell and like Meade.
Well, they're out of the mix when we're looking at this because we're using this natural flow record, which has been adjusted to take out any reservoir effects. So this is regardless, if you had gotten rid of the reservoir, forget about the reservoirs, this is under natural conditions. That's all the tree rings can tell you because these are up in the mountains, they can't sense any effects of the reservoirs, so they're way up above there. Oh, well, yes, yeah. The Colorado River, yeah. Water storage, I mean, this is critical. This, the whole system, 4+ years of storage on the basin. We'd be really up the creek without this long-term storage. So we have this other reconstruction, which goes back to 1116 though. If you take that 83.2% of the observed flows and go back, it's not exceeded in severity. So by this reconstruction, the drought in the late 1100s and another drought in the late 1200s were more severe than today. So it's not an unequivocal answer. There's two tree ring reconstructions done by two reasonable methods, but little alternative choices of method, say that in the medieval period, there could have been a couple droughts that were more severe than what's going on now. But what I have done, I won't show a plot of it. If I took what happened this year, the 2021 flows, and I assume those kept repeating, this is a severe assumption, in 2022, 23, 24, into the future. If that kept happening for 3 years, then this line, this line would drop, If I extended that, this drought would become more severe, and it would drop below any of the past droughts. So what I'm saying is that both of these reconstructions say there was no drought as severe as the current drought in the last 700 years, and if this drought keeps continuing, this could go back much further as the most severe occurrence. Yeah. These are extended periods of drought, and especially this period back here was, I think, 13 straight years below the mean, which is actually more severe than anything that's happened in the gauge record. So the characteristics of a drought vary from drought to drought, and they're long events. To give a low 25-year running mean, you have to have repeatedly low flows and no high flow, no real high flows. So Yep. Does that work? Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay. So how is this relevant to the future? Well, I can say some things. The near future is not too likely to be alleviated, this drought. This forecast for the coming year, the coming winter, from NOAA says that it's going to be kind of mild La Nina conditions, and that means dry to the south, wet to the north. And actually the Colorado River Basin, though, is kind of in here. So precipitation, who knows? I mean, there's really not much you can say about the likely wet or dry in the Colorado River as a whole this coming winter. So you just got to wait and see what happens. The temperature forecast, as usual, it's predicted to be warmer than normal over here through most of the Colorado. So maybe if you had to make a guess, you'd say, since temperature, as people have stressed here, earlier speakers, temperatures has an effect on the flows. Probably, maybe it's going to be lower than normal flow if things come out the way they predict. What about on the longer run? You have to go to these climate models. This is from the IPCC Fifth Assessment, 2014. This is a temperature change in degrees centigrade. In the last 3 decades, say we're looking at the end of this century, the last 3 decades in this century, or the last 2 decades in this century versus the 1986 through 2005 period, what will be the change? Over the Colorado River, I guess you can't see much of don't have too much resolution here, but it looks like 3 or plus degrees centigrade increase temperature toward the end of the century. So this is huge. I mean, this will make a big 3.5 degrees centigrade, it was 6, 7 degrees Fahrenheit, more than that. So it's definitely going to be hotter in the long run. Precipitation, the hatched area here means the models don't know what's going to happen. So they don't know. I mean, the Colorado's kind of in this no man's zone. In the higher northern latitudes, in some places in Canada, they really expect it to be wetter. Down in Arizona, I mean, we're worried about it drying out for sure, because in the future, the storm tracks are not going to go down that far repeatedly in the winter, so we're likely to be dry. So in the future, it's not a good scenario for the Colorado River. It seems like things are likely to get drier, mainly because of the hotter temperatures. And finally, the last point, these impacts of future drought on society. We're just looking at the natural flows here, but that's not the whole picture. I mean, at least as Lake Mead is responding to natural variations, but also to what's going on because of man, including reservoir operation and evaporation from reservoirs. This is going to increase. Demand from people for water is increasing, and maybe this is a dominant influence in the future. So this is likely to be very important to maybe override some of these the natural variations in the future. So in conclusion, I made 3 conclusions here. This current drought, it's unprecedented severity in the last 700 years. Different tree ring reconstructions, you do 2 of them, they disagree on whether 2 droughts in the medieval period, earlier than 700 years, whether those were more severe than the current drought. We don't know. I mean, that's up in the air. Finally, this current drought, 2000 to present, it's an evolving drought. A few more years from the games that I played with this time series I had here, 3 more dry years, the same amount of dryness as water year, as this water year, and that drought would be, we would call it unprecedented in the tree ring record as long as we have it. So that, I think that's all I've got. So, thank you.
I'm depressed.
Sorry.
So I'm going to now eat a donut. Okay. Questions for David? Yes.
You said there was a 700-year tree was down. How did you determine when it died?
How did we determine when it died?
Uh-huh.
Because in parts of the south, in parts of the Southwest, we have tree ring data that go back further than that, say northern New Mexico in the Four Corners region, that go way back beyond that period, and we can cross-date from the ring patterns. We can cross-date when the tree was living, so the exact year. The tree that was down, we don't know exactly when it died because the bark is gone.
Right, I mean, but you were saying that you thought it was down for 700 years?
For 700 plus, we don't know for sure. Because it lost some part of the outside from erosion over the years. Sure. So we don't have bark on the exact, so the only way we know the death date of a tree is if we have bark, and we don't have that. But we know from similar trees and how much they might have eroded away of the sapwood, that it was lying there, and how many rings we had in the existing tree, which I think that tree had 900 rings in it. The Douglas fir don't live that much longer than that, so it had died and been lying there for that long is our estimate, and I don't think we would be far off than that.
Okay, I had a couple other curiosity questions. Did you take those rings at the same elevations? Because elevation obviously makes a difference.
You mean on the tree? Or?
No, elevation, literally
elevation. On the mountain?
Yes.
The trees come from different elevations on the mountain, and they respond to precipitation variations in a relative way. So that you're thinking that it's wetter high on the mountain and drier low on the mountain. But when we process these data, these tree ring measurements, we don't use the absolute widths. We convert them to indices. We take out their mean growth. So we adjust for that. And the trees at different elevations will correlate really highly with the precipitation record. And just like if you have a rain gauge halfway up the mountain and a rain gauge from lower on the mountain, yes, it's higher precipitation, higher on the mountain than low, but if you look at the variation from year to year and you take out the mean from those, if it's a drier than normal year in the low elevation, it's a drier than normal year in the high elevation. So that's...
Is that always the case?
I've
questioned that, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not always the case. I mean, there are probably some, but if you're on the same mountain range, there's a big snowpack in the Sierras, say, if there's a big snowpack in the Sierras, you go down the west side of the Sierras to the Central Valley, there's tremendous correlation between, in the Central Valley, precipitation and the precipitation and the snowpack higher up. So it's not perfect relationship, but it generally holds.
Then I was curious, you referred to Douglas fir. Did you do different species? Because pine might react differently to the situation than a Douglas fir.
We used Douglas fir in the Colorado Basin. It's mainly Douglas fir, ponderosa pine, pinyon pine, those three species. So we use multiple species. And they all agree very well, and you can cross-date from one species to another. Then if you got a narrow ring in the one species, you've got a narrow ring in the other, in this area anyway, for the sites that are on, they're arid stressed sites.
Southern slopes, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to go to a northern slope. I mean, if you go on a mountain and you take the tree ring sample from this really gentle northern slope, that it might not have much water stress, and then it's not going to be, the rings won't really have a great relationship with runoff, with precipitation, or with stream flow. So these networks, a big part of it is sample selection and site selection.
Very interesting, thank you.
No more?
Did you cross-reference any of your data with, like, say, historically, like a volcano may have caused a disruption or anything like that with the tree rings in drought?
With these data, no, we didn't see. Well, with observed volcanoes, volcanoes have an effect, a really documented effect on temperature-sensitive trees. Mainly, so that you can see frost rings and various, sometimes a decrease in trees from the upper tree line, which we're not using in this study. If you take a tree ring sample, if you sample trees from the upper tree line where their growth is limited by temperature, then the volcanoes tend to decrease the growth rate as you get cooler conditions and you get narrower rings. We haven't seen any real strong relationship with these arid site conifer ring widths and volcanoes, except there was one volcano near 1816 that affected, it looks, summer precipitation, where there was a year without a summer. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, in 1816. And we do see kind of wide rings in some parts of Arizona that were related to a monsoon. A summer monsoon was very wet that year. That might have been a volcanic effect.
And then two, do you see, I guess, any light at the end of the tunnel here? Like with drought, you can kind of see a consistency in your graphs where it kind of goes seriously drought for a few years, it kind of comes back up, and it kind of goes. So is this something just in your, looking back, trying to look into the future?
Yeah, looking in the future, yeah, that's always, you can say anything about the future. Especially if it's 30 years ahead, because you're...
Something positive?
Well, I mean, I've often wondered, well, why can't we get, what happens if we get a return to the early 1980s? I mean, if you looked at that curve for the annual flows of Lee's Ferry, it had a U shape. It was very high early in the 20th century. It went down into the, gradually to the 60s and 70s, and then it climbed up into the 80s, and there was flooding on the Colorado River. I mean, they were having to deal with floods at that time. I mean, could that recur again? I mean, because this is over a long period of time. It was dry for many decades, and then it rose up again. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it's absolutely impossible on the Colorado River Basin that there couldn't be a return to some epoch like that. The same, in the turn of the 20th century, was called the early 20th century pluvial. In the late 1890s through 1904 was very dry. And actually, that's when they started building, the Bureau of Reclamation started building dams for water storage in some areas, like Roosevelt Dam. All of a sudden, in 2005, it was like someone turned a switch, and it got wet, very wet, and it stayed wet until the 1920s. This was that early 20th century pluvial, and this happened to be, you know, the period that they used to design the Colorado River Compact, unfortunately, on that too. But what's to say there couldn't be a turnaround like that again? And to me, I mean, if you talk to climate modelers, though, what they predict is that with climate change, storm tracks are going to move to the north more. So maybe it would be less likely that these big storm systems would come to the south like they did before. But for the Colorado River Basin, it's hard to say because, I mean, in Arizona, that's probably true. But in Colorado River Basin, it's possible it could recur again. So, you know, when I projected the next 3 years to be as dry as 2021 and gave that scenario, that's a guess. I mean, that's a scenario. Who knows? It could turn into a wet period also, and that what you need to fill reservoirs are very wet years. It doesn't take much. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. This was fascinating. I am just going to make a comment on this note about climate, and then if you guys want to shoot me when I leave, you can. Because I'm from Montana, and I know this is controversial, what I'm about to say, but I happened to be in Sipel Dome, Antarctica in the year 2000. And I was there as they sampled the very last ice core. And there were scientists down there slicing up the ice core and analyzing back to 800,000 years. And what they were looking for was carbon dioxide levels. And so basically what they found is over 800,000 years, we had a cycle going on in the world where a warming trend would come, vegetation would grow, vegetation takes up carbon dioxide levels would decrease, the earth would cool, the vegetation would die off, and so forth and so on. And so they were able to find cycles that went up and down and up and down in terms of parts per million of carbon dioxide in our air, in this little blanket that we call the atmosphere that surrounds the Earth. And they never found those levels increasing above 300, 350 parts per million until the 1970s. And now we're up above 400. So that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I just want to make sure that we get all the questions that for Dave. Anybody else have any questions? Good? Thank you. Well, I personally, I want to thank David for coming as far as he did, just to share that information with us. Thank you for sharing your information. And I hope that what was promised this morning, which was to share facts and data and information, came true for you. So I hope that you received information you needed. I think Jason's still here. I think some of you did have some questions. A I want to thank all our speakers. Really appreciate you coming together for this. And I just wanted to make sure that, this is not a shameless plug, but you know, we have a lot of new residents moving into our community, and so we have the Code of the West. If those of you who don't know what the Code of the West is, this is what happens when people move in and they don't realize that cows live here, and they actually and sheep are on the roads at times, and sometimes there's poop on the roads, and this tells it all. It talks a little bit about how water works and things like that. So if you know anybody, any new residents, direct them to the Code of the West so they understand what is or isn't here. This is not the big city. It's not going to be the big city for a long time, I hope. I hope. Right, so, and also Montrose County Water, oh. That's embarrassing. MontroseCountyWater.com, trying to help people understand it is complicated. I don't know if you feel like you've just been in a sea of information. There's so much to know in Colorado. People do not realize when they move here how complicated it is. So we try to help people understand that with an interactive map. When you move into an area, it shows who's your water company, what kind of tips you might need in terms of how to use that and how to understand the water. Jason's available for questions. They are, in fact, I already have a community member that's interested in learning more about what the priority one is and kind of complaining. As I said earlier, it's really cool to be a county commissioner because the cool part is you get to learn a lot. The bad part is you get yelled at a lot. And they're kind of on equal measure. So anyway, thank you all for coming. Thank you for being hanging in there for our final speaker. It's always hard to be the last speaker. Really appreciate your attention. If you have any questions, contact us at the county. We're always willing to help. Take a donut on your way out because I don't know about you, but it is kind of sad, right? So anyway, thank you very much.